Good afternoon and welcome to today's planning committee meeting. My name is Councillor David Connor and I shall be chairing today's planning committee meeting today. I would welcome all the members of the public and press in attendance and those who are watching the live stream of the meeting via YouTube. Whilst this meeting is being held publicly, it is also being streamed via YouTube. Minutes of the meeting will be reduced in the usual way and according to the meeting will be available to view on YouTube until such times the minutes are produced. Please be aware that only audio from the microphones will be captured on the live stream. Therefore, those invited to speak need to ensure their microphones are on when speaking and as close to them as possible. To enable the meeting to run in an orderly manner, can all present keep their microphones off except when invited to speak. Please ensure that the microphone is turned off when you finish speaking. Really important that. I'd also like to ask everyone to ensure their mobile phones are on silent or turned off for the duration of the meeting. Please be aware that the cameras will be on us at all times during the meeting. With regard to the meeting itself, I must ask members of the public to refrain from interrupting. The only members of the public allowed to speak are those who have registered to do so. Anyone who speaks must do so in a respectful and a polite manner. It is right there is meaningful discussions about the merits of applications, but we will not allow inappropriate language on personal attacks on councillors and their beliefs, on members of the public or on officers of professional advice. So with further ado, we'll go to agenda item number 1, and I'd like to ask member services if they've got any apologies for absence, please.
I've had apologies from Councillor Cornwall.
Thank you. Agenda item number 2 is to confirm and sign the minutes from the previous meeting of the February the 8th, 2023. I did, but has he not given his apologies? Well, I can probably interject then. Thank you, Councillor Sutton. He did say to me that he wouldn't be attending today's planning because of personal circumstances. So if we can just put that in. Thank you, Councillor Sutton, for that. So we'll just go back to agenda item number 2 is to confirm and sign the minutes from the previous meeting of the February the 8th, 2023. Can I have a proposer on that, please? Councillor Scolding, have I got a second for that? Councillor Mayor, thank you very much. Those minutes are received. Thank you. Can we just have a show of hands just to make sure that we're all clear on that? That's unanimous. Those minutes have been approved. Thank you. So we'll go to agenda item number 3, and as usual, urgent items, but there are none. So quickly on to 4 declarations of interests. Member services will now go to each councillor in turn, and can you please state if you have anything to declare in relation to any of the agenda items today. So over to you, Elaine, please. Thank you.
Councillor Benny.
Yeah, thank you, Elaine. I'm a member of Chatteris Town Council. There's one item on here today, but I've had no part in the discussions. I don't even think I was there when the planning committee looked at that. Item 6, which is the agenda item in Chatteris today. I am on the investment board with Fenland Future, and also I'm on cabinet, so I'm going to step away from that, but I will be speaking on that this afternoon. And we've got 2 applications this afternoon from with Morton Hall. And as always, just to declare for openness my association with Morton Hall. They've done work for me in the past. They're actually doing work for me at the moment. And I do know Matthew Hall, but this won't prejudice me or influence my decisions in any way.
Councillor Connor.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I represent Doddington and Wimbledon on this council, but take no part in any discussions or voting on any planning application before those parish councils. I'm also perceived to be predetermined on applications 15 and 16 and 17, and will not take any part in discussions or voting on these applications, and will be leaving the chamber for the duration of those applications. Thank you.
Mrs Davis.
Yes, I'm also the councillor for Doddington and Wimbledon, and I'm also chair of Wimbledon Parish Council. I don't normally take any part in discussion of planning applications nor in the voting. However, I do consider myself to be predetermined, and so we'll be stepping back from items 15, 16 and 17, and I will also be leaving the council room. Thank you.
Councillor Mrs French.
Thank you. I'm a member of March Town Council, but don't take any part in any of the planning applications. Agenda item number 6, as a member of Cabinet, but I don't have any interest, not predetermined. Item 10, I have been lobbied by both supporters and objectors, so I will not take part in 10.
Councillor Mrs Mayor.
Yes, I'm a member of Whittlesey Town Council. I'm currently not on the planning committee. However, when agenda item 5 of today's pack was discussed, I was a member of the Whittlesey Town Council Planning Committee, but I was present at the meeting but took no part in discussion, and I did not vote on it. That was on the 4th of May 2022. Thank you.
Councillor Meakin.
Yeah, I'm a member of Wisbech Town Council. I'm not on the planning committee there. On item 7, the agent actually built my extension on my house, but I'm not predetermined on that application.
Councillor Murphy.
Yeah, thank you. I attended Travis Town Council, but take no part in any planning matters. Agenda item number 6, I attended a meeting where I was discussed and agreed the way forward for this application. So I'm deemed to be predetermined, so I will take no part in this item. I've been lobbied on item number 15, and I also know Matthew Hall from Morton Hall for his too, but it doesn't mean anything to have anything to do with it. Thank you.
Councillor Purser.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm a member of March Town Council, but I take no part whatsoever in any planning applications whatsoever. I'm not a member of the planning committee. Thank you.
Councillor Scolding.
Good afternoon. I am a member of March Town Council. I do not take any part in any planning on March Town Council. We sit away from the table. And also number 11, I'll be standing away from that one as my mother lives down Mill Hill Lane, and I've been told that the best thing is to stand away from that one. Thank you.
Councillor Sutton.
Thank you, Elaine, Chairman. Nothing to report. Thank you.
Just before we go on from there, then can you just also, I forgot to mention, I'm also a member of March Town Council and take no part in any planning matters and stand away from the table when they're doing the planning. So just thank you for that. So before we go on to the main meeting, obviously by our declarations previous just seconds ago, you've seen that myself and Maureen are stepping down for items 15 and 16 and 17 for various reasons. So that means we'll need a new chairman for those meetings, and Maureen and I have spoken about it, and we'd like to nominate Councillor Kay Mayer to be a chairman for those 3 items only. So could I have a second for that? Councillor Davis is going to second, just for the record. So could we have all in favour of Councillor Mayer doing that, please? Thank you very much. So thank you for offering to do that. Much appreciated. So you'll be the chairman for 15, 16 and 17. I'm sure you'll be absolutely thrilled. So thank you. Now we'll nip on to the main part of the meeting, the planning applications. For this meeting and going forward, I'll be dealing with the proposal slightly differently. Members should still only make a proposal when invited. However, in the interests of time management, I will initially be looking for a proposal to go with officer recommendation. Clearly, if no proposal is forthcoming or that proposal fails, I'll be then looking for a proposal to go against the recommendation, against officer recommendation. So I hope that's clear to members. Members are reminded such though that any proposal should be accompanied by the planning reasons for doing this. So everybody's clear on that little bit of a change round. Okay. So now without further ado, I'll hand over to David Rowan. He's the development manager here at Fenland to present application F/YR 21/20 /136/0, agenda item number 5. So David, when you're ready, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is an outline planning application to erect up to 58 dwellings with matters committed in respect of access, land northeast of 3 to 31 Hemley Drive in Whittlesey. The application site is shown in red on the location plan and the aerial photo. The site sits to the north of the built form of Whittlesey, access from East Elf, which runs to the west, and also from Teal Road in the east. To the south and west, as you can see from the images, there is existing housing which immediately abuts the site. Members will no doubt also be aware of the Persimmon Homes development, which is taking place in the vicinity of the site and which is not reflected in these images. The access to the proposed development would be taken through this, hence the slightly convoluted red line boundary. To move on to the next image, this is a more up-to-date aerial view which shows the development to the east and northeast, which is currently taking place, the Persimmon Homes development, which I alluded to previously, and really sort of shows the full context of the application site and how it relates to sort of existing and currently happening development. So on screen now is the indicative master plan. Only access is committed as a detailed matter for consideration, so all the other details are illustrative only. However, as you can see, it shows a continuation of the estate road into the site with sort of 2 arms of development, one running east-west and then the other north-south. An attenuation feature is shown adjacent to the northern boundary of the site, so that sort of kidney-shaped feature almost. And then to the north of this and the northernmost dwelling, you can see what can best be described as sort of a wiggly line. This denotes the 5-metre contour, which is effectively the edge of the Whittlesey Washers flood storage area. So photographs of the site are displayed. These show views from the access road, which is currently serving the Persimmon Homes development, from sort of the East Elf end of the site, looking towards the application site, which is kind of almost behind the Harris fencing, which you can see on those images. So you can also see, particularly on the bottom right image, some of the existing houses that have recently been constructed. We've then got further views of the site itself, which illustrate the current sort of character of the site, sort of scrub or grassland in its nature. So to summarise, the site is adjacent to the built form of Whittlesey. Whittlesey is classed as a market town in the council settlement hierarchy, so the top level, where the majority of development is envisaged to be directed. As we've seen from the earlier slides, the site is effectively surrounded by pre-existing or current development. There are no objections from any technical consultees. Consequently, the development is considered to comply with the relevant policies of the local plan and the National Planning Policy Framework, and as such, the recommendation is to grant outline planning permission subject to the completion of a Section 106 agreement, the headlines of which are the delivery of 25% affordable housing, over £1 million for education, subject to a review mechanism being incorporated in the agreement, and also £50,000 for towards the NHS. That's all set out within the agenda. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, David. We have 2 sets of speakers on this application. Firstly, I'd like to invite Councillor Mrs. D. Laws. She's obviously a Whittlesey Town councillor, to make her presentation to the committee. When you're nicely seated, you have 5 minutes. Don't rush. Your time starts when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Before we start, could I ensure that the appropriate photographs are going to be displayed? It will be a slideshow of the area.
Okay.
Good afternoon, members. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. I'm representing the parish of Whittlesey Town Council. And the reason being, they are absolutely against this development. Now, I wish members to understand they are not against development in Whittlesey, but they are against any further development on the north of the town, which, as you can see, demonstrates flooding. Not once in 100 years, not once in 50 years, but we are now experienced once in 5 years, where the roads surrounding this development are closed up to 69 days. That's a substantial amount of traffic that has to be diverted to the A605, causing gridlock. At the present time, we have 1,078 dwellings being built out. Now, that's not approved, minor or others. It's actually being built out at the moment. Our villages, we have 82 mixed dwellings in Coates, 5 further in Turves, 7 mixed developments, 7 mixed dwellings in Eastry. So you can see that the town council is not against development. What we are looking for is suitable and appropriate development, and we do not consider the north of the town is that. I'd like to draw your attention to 5.1 in your pack and 5.2, Whittlesea Town Council's consultation response and the County Council's response. I'd also like to draw your attention to the fact that I have here a flood warden pack that is issued to 220 dwellings adjacent to that site that are at risk of flooding. I'm actually the Delft warden and I work with the Environment Agency, and I do believe their consultation in this report is in conflict with their departments working with flood wardens. I think it's important to understand that over 1,000 properties now are at risk of flooding in the north of Whittlesea. 1,000, you're putting people at risk. The other part is now that even with this new estate, people are struggling to find insurance to cover their contents and their buildings. If they can, they can't afford the insurance. So we now have people struggling to get cover. I know that isn't a planning policy, but you need to understand we are putting people at risk. Also, I'd like to draw your attention to 7.7, which is the Whittlesea new draft new neighbourhood plan. I have it on good authority from the Chief Executive from the moment the declaration of the result on the 23rd of February, this became a living, live document. This is more current than your 2014 local plan. And I'd like you to understand also that this has been through independent examination, found to be the basic conditions required for legislation, subject to the incorporation of the examiner's recommendation for modification, and the plan was successfully at referendum on the 23rd of February, and therefore carries full weight to this committee. Also, you will know in the neighbourhood plan, I shouldn't think many members have had this for bedtime reading, but actually in this plan, it clearly states Whittlesea Town Council neighbourhood plan, no further development to the north of Whittlesea. An extensive area in the north of the parish and adjacent to the built area of Whittlesea forms part of the Whittlesea washes. They are storage reservoirs, which protects Peterborough, Whittlesea and other settlements in Fenland from flooding, but supports the provision of housing to the south and to the east of the town, and also importantly, industrial and commercial to the west of the town. Actually in this document, now this is resident led, and obviously as a town council, we bring it together. We had 8 to 9 days of consultation. We had 2 workshops, and in all that time, everybody was adamant, no further north. Thank you, Elaine. And if I could just draw members' attention to 2 other things, policy considerations, please read that. Also, 5.14 on education and the NHS of England on 5.19. Thank you, members. And if anyone would like to ask me questions.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, yeah.
okay.
I sort of jumping the gun here a bit, aren't I? But here we are. Sometimes I do. Right. I've sort of read the documents and I'm quite afraid with the 2014 Fenland local plan. I'm quite a fay with the emergent local plan that's, yeah, we can only give a certain amount of weight to at the moment. But, and obviously the new local, your new neighbourhood plan, you've just actually said residents and the council do not want any more development to the north. Can you just confirm that I'm right on those things, please?
Thank you, Chair. Absolutely right. This site did not appear as a designated site in the 2014 local plan. The reason the Persimmon Homes came forward on the Schofield site, it was windfall.
Okay.
And it was our land supply was less than 4 at the time.
Right.
In the new emerging plan, again, this site hasn't been recognised, and the consultation through Whittlesea Town Council, when all town councils and parishes were asked about sites that have been submitted on the new local plan, absolutely against it. They couldn't recommend it. And with the neighbourhood plan, again, it's very, very adamant that people do not want, and they are worried. It's not that they just don't want, they are obviously worried about flooding, and the mapping is changing year on year. And that is the principal reason.
Yeah, just following on from there, then I'll shut up. Right, so you say it was a windfall. So I think when the Schofields, we didn't have a land supply. I think we didn't have the 5-year land supply. I think I'm saying I'm old enough in the tooth to know that. So can you just tell me, or just reiterate to me, what is the land supply now for Fenland in land supply in yearly terms, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, at the time of the Schofield development, and that is why the application principally went forward, our land supply was less than 4. As of September last year, and I have no reason to doubt it shrunk, it's 6.5 years. We're well over the 5 years. So this would denote this couldn't be a windfall site.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Laws, for that. Councillor Sutton, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. This Councillor Laws, I'm afraid you just made a misleading statement and an untrue statement, because this outline was granted in 2016, and I know for a fact that we didn't lose the land supply until 2017. So that is absolutely not right, and I'm sure officers can confirm that.
Through you, Councillor Sutton, which application are you talking about? No, you've got that wrong. You've got that wrong.
That one, Councillor Sutton. We're talking about the one at Whittlesea now. It's
What you
number.
are
It's number. It's not number. It's number 5.
No, he knows that. He's talking
Yeah.
about the
Yeah.
previous
You're talking
application.
about. Oh, but it was 2. Can I come in there?
Yeah, well,
We didn't include that piece in there.
okay. Yeah, please come back, Councillor Laws. Yeah, that's legitimate question and legitimate
that's
answer.
fine.
Thank you.
You're looking at 220. You need to go well back into the history, because prior to that, they submitted an application for 249, which was the windfall. And as you know, in your history, your memory will take you back. We had several planning applications submitted. We had several meetings, and we had a public appeal that the town council and the residents won. They actually gathered their own barrister for that for 21,000. But if you look at the previous one, not the 220 you're looking at, previous to that 249, the land supply was less. Not the application that was approved on 220. No, I didn't say it was granted when we did it. It's history. The land supply, when the original application went in, the original application showed less land supply. than it did with the 220.
Mr. Chairman,
What we can
Mr.
do,
Chairman, point of order. This is out of order, questioning council day like that.
okay,
Law.
so what, thank you for coming in, but so what I'm going to suggest we do now is stop this line of questioning and bring it back to officers so they can clarify it one way or another. Obviously, you know, Councillor Laws has got her facts and you think they're wrong, so officers need to, so thank you, Councillor Sutton, thank you, Councillor Laws. Councillor Davis, please.
Can you, I wanted to reflect the amount of feeling that there is in Whittlesea about all the building that's taking place there. Can you confirm that when the your neighbourhood plan went to referendum, that actually was a 77% turnout, which is really, really high compared to other neighbourhood plans that have been voted on?
Through you, it was 14.5, I think it was actually.
Mm.
That was the turnout,
Mm.
which is, dare I say, a neighbourhood plan is not something that people get excited about to go to a polling station. They get excited that they want to consult and they want to be part of it.
Mm.
But it's like everything, to actually take them to a referendum, and not all people are sure what the referendum was about, in honesty. But it was just over 14%. If you look at some of the neighbourhood plans, some have been 20 through the country, some have actually been 11.
Mm.
So it does vary.
Okay, thank you.
Members, questions anymore for Councillor Laws? Councillor Scolding, thank you.
Yes, I can remember back a little while ago, I thought there was going to be pylons or barriers to stop them coming through. I'm trying to look for the name of the Tilly Road.
Yeah.
And just because there's a school near there and it's going to be what I'd call a rat run. And I'm disappointed they haven't put the barriers up. They said they was going to have. Is that right, or
No,
have
the
I got it
barriers,
wrong?
the barriers haven't gone up. There are two entrances and exits. So you're looking at from East Elf, and that entrance sits in below 3.5. So that floods the entrance. Obviously, then you move into higher ground where Persimmon's homes are being developed. If you go to the rear, which is the road you're actually talking about, when the Persimmon's home site was approved, there was an indication, well, I think it was really a firm understanding, there would be bollards there, which would permit only X number of vehicles to use from X number of properties, but also as an emergency exit. But that emergency exit is 3 meters as well, or 3 AOD. So it's in a flood zone, and Kingfisher and Teal, both of those roads flood. But more to the point, as you're saying, it's a very narrow road that leads towards a primary school in a very dense residential area.
Oh, thank you very much. That's what I thought. Thank you.
Okay, members, any more questions for Councillor Laws before we let her go? Final chance. No, thank you very much, Councillor Laws.
Thank you.
No problems. Now I'd like to invite Edward Clark, Chris Hatfield, who's the agent, and Ian McCrane, the applicant's highway consultant, to make their presentation to the committee. You have 5 minutes between you. Just before you sit down, if you can identify who you are to the committee, so if there's any questions at all, members will be able to say it's to whoever they want to ask the questions of. So you're ready when you are. 5 minutes, of course. Thank you. Richard, 5 minutes between you, because there's 3 of you. Sorry.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me okay? Thank you, Chair and members. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Sachu, David and Alison for their useful dialogue prior to and during the application process and the well-reasoned and justified committee report, and express my full support for the officer's recommendation of approval. As members will have seen in the officer's report, the applicant has positively engaged with and responded to comments received and amended the proposal when appropriate throughout the pre-application discussions and the application process. The proposal seeks permission for the principal of up to 58 dwellings with an indicative maximum net density of 32 dwellings per hectare. The case officer report confirms under paragraph 10.51 that the number of dwellings to be delivered, along with the layout, design, separation distances, and residential amenity, are all considerations that can be appropriately addressed at the reserved matters stage. The application site is bordered by existing residential development on 3 sides, and therefore sympathetically integrates into the development area of Whittlesea. The principle of residential development was supported by the council at pre-application stage. Paragraph 1.3 of the officer's report confirms the site is supported under policies LP3 and LP4 of the local plan, which seek to direct sustainable growth to main market towns in the district. In respect to the proposed surface water drainage strategy, paragraphs 5.5, 5.6 and 10.19 of the officer's report confirm that the lead local flood authority and Environment Agency have no objections or comments of concern regarding the proposed drainage strategy. The proposed site naturally outfalls to the adjacent riparian ditch, therefore the drainage proposals replicate the existing drainage outfall. It should also be noted that surface water from the south-western part of the adjacent site directly outfalls to the same ditch, so the principle of its use has already been established and accepted. The ditch to which the site currently and is proposed to outfall to is not part of the North Level Internal Drainage Board network. As such, the lead local flood authority is a relevant authority for issuing consents, and as confirmed, the lead local flood authority has no objection to the proposed drainage strategy. Therefore, comments from the Internal Drainage Board are not pertinent to this application. The applicant has demonstrated that the site will be served by a safe and effective access provided by the adjacent Persimmon development. This access is supported by the local highway authority. Furthermore, the site is well connected to the local services and facilities and will offer pedestrian and cycle links to aid movement from the site and beyond. As you are aware, Whittlesea is served by bus services and benefits from a railway station providing sustainable access to Peterborough, Stansted Airport, Ipswich, Colchester, Birmingham and beyond. In respect to the site's natural features, it is proposed to retain and enhance the existing boundary hedgerows and trees, which will help the development blend naturally into the wider landscape. As you will have seen in the officer's report, the proposal offers 9.72 hectares of nearby land, which is over 5 times the size of the development site, to create new rich habitats and a significant biodiversity net gain to the benefit of all. To conclude, this application represents the efficient use of land in a sustainable location and will deliver much needed housing, including 25% affordable housing, high quality and usable open space, new rich habitats and a significant biodiversity net gain, much needed financial contributions to the education sector, NHS and East of England ambulance service, all of which will be further complemented by the economic benefits of construction and support to local businesses. For clarity, members are only being asked to assess the principle of residential development in this location with a means of access committed at this stage. Appearance, landscaping, layout and scale, the detail, are to be considered at the reserved matters stage, although it should be reiterated, that the case officer and statutory consultees are satisfied that the indicative layout and design will meet and where possible exceed the requirements of national and local planning policy
30
and
seconds.
guidance in creating high quality and sustainable development. I reiterate my full support for the officer's recommendation of approval and trust the information will assist you in your debate. 2 final points of clarification. Whilst I respect the Town Council's presentation, I should point out that none of the photographs shown actually represent our site. And I should also point out that the site has never formed part of the Persimmon site. This is a separate site, so totally separate. Chris, Ian, and I will be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Right. Members, any members want to put questions to Mr. Clark, Mr. Hatfield or Mr. McCrane? You know what to do. Put your hands up if you'd like to. Councillor Sutton, thank you.
Thanks, Chairman. Yeah, I'm sure you said in your presentation that you was going to supply 25% of affordable housing. Is there any chance we get this regularly come over the table at outline, and then when it comes to full application, we get a viability study to say they can't afford to do it? Is that likely to happen going forward?
I was involved in the original applications. There was no intention to study this as a standalone site. It's a paper site. So the key difference here is this is a service site. So when the land is sold to the Sunny Homes, there are obligations to provide roads, drainage, etc., etc. So this is a completely different entity. We would have, if we were going to the viability assessment, we would have done it now. So there is no intention to do that. And the intention is to sell it to the developer as soon as possible. So it's livable, and there is no intention to do the level of affordable housing.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
You need to put, could you start your answer again? Because it wasn't being captured on the screen. So
Apologies. Just one point to add, just for clarity, the 25% affordable housing that will be delivered as part of this site actually exceeds what will be required as part of the emerging local plan as a benefit.
okay, members at all? Councillor Mayor, please, thank you.
Yeah, I'm a bit concerned, or more than a bit concerned about Anglian Water and the recycling centre, which currently does not have capacity to take these properties. I am one of the ward councillors, and I have Teal Road has a problem when there's a heavy downfall of rain, and I've spent a whole day there watching Anglian Water pump out sewage from people's gardens. Now, this is only going to exacerbate that. So is there any way you can build into anything? Anglian Water have said that they will try and take the necessary steps to ensure there's sufficient treatment capacity, but that's all ifs, buts and maybes, isn't it?
I'll pass you to Ian, who is our professional.
Thank you very much. In response to that, I do believe there's a proposed pre-commencement condition relating to a detailed drainage strategy that will need to be submitted for approval by the LLFA. That condition relates to a document that was submitted as part of the outline application, which is the flood risk assessment and drainage strategy. So as part of that proposed planning condition, which we believe we accept, there does need to be a full and detailed drainage strategy that needs to be worked up as part of a pre-commencement planning condition. So whilst I take your point about that, about the capacity issues, if that is relevant when we come to discharge that condition, and if the statutory authority, the LLFA and Anglian Water request that is looked at, then that will need to be looked at.
I'm sure the residents of Kingfisher Road and Teal Road would be highly delighted to get something sorted out, because this is happening more and more regularly.
Can I just add a point to that on the previous application, and apologies, I've had a sleep since then, but there were I'm sure there were obligations on Anglian Water at that point to reinforce the water treatment centre. There is the pre-development report from Anglian Water does say that the existing sewers around the site have capacity. It's the wastewater treatment plant downstream that is the problem, and it is their statutory duty to provide foul water improvements. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Scolding, thank you.
Yes, I'll ask the same question again I did before. Can I ask, will these barriers be put, or poles be put on the road to stop the traffic going through? I am worried about the children's school there, and I can see an accident happening because they're going to be coming off the road and using it as a shortcut.
Forgive me because it's been a few years, but my recollection, and perhaps David will confirm, is that as part of the Persimmon Homes approval and reserved matters approval, there was a phasing plan and traffic calming required rather than shutting off and barriering the entrance to Teal Road, because that was always intended as a secondary access, not an emergency access, as was said earlier, because obviously there's a certain amount of level of traffic beyond which you need to access points, and particularly as we all know, East Delphi access has flooded from time to time. So that particular matter is dealt with already by the existing Persimmon Homes Commission. This scheme is adding 58 further houses onto the Persimmon scheme. Highways have been consulted all the way through and are happy that there is no further harm or detriment as long as Persimmon do whatever is in their planning permission to do. And as such, there've been no objections from Highways, both in terms of capacity and safety. And I think the other thing to point out is that from memory, there's about 40 cars in the peak hour that are leaving and coming to the site. And obviously with post-pandemic shifts in home working, et cetera, traffic levels are lower than they have been, but obviously time will tell. But anyway, long story short, I believe it's Persimmon Homes' obligation to do traffic calming, and there are no objections from Highways on this particular application.
Councillor Scotty, you'd like to come back or ask another question?
Yes, so that's a long-winded way of saying no, I think. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Councillor Mayor, thank you.
Can I just mention that since some of these documents were written and presented, the bus services in Whittlesea have been considerably reduced. The train services have been reduced. And yet you're still saying that there are facilities for people to get from A to B. They're not as often as they were. And people are complaining about that.
If I could just make a comment about the local facilities, and I think that's a nationwide problem at the moment. Bus subsidies are being cut nationwide. People aren't using buses because of the impact of COVID, and the use of public transport in this country is tantamount to disastrous. And that is an unfortunate reality that we are dealing with in this in society in this day and age.
Councillor French, floor's yours.
Thank you, Chairman. I noticed in 5.9 leisure services, a lack of equipment. From the open space perspective, it's clear that the development has limited open space made available, particularly due to the continuation site. And Leisure Department are looking, and I don't think we've got an answer to that. Are you prepared to put play equipment onto this site?
The short answer is yes. But I think another just point of clarity that this layout is only indicative, and at the reserve matters stage, the site has to have a policy compliant level of public open space, play equipment, etc. So yes.
You're finished? Well, don't look that. So I'm just going to carry on now. Right. As I do and have done on several occasions now, I always look at debris on the road. And again, Councillor French is looking at me with some sort of pleasure, for want of a better word. Anyway, so I see there's wheel wash facilities on if these houses, if the planning permission gets approved and houses get built. So I'd like to add to that that you have a road sweeper there at all times in conjunction with the wheel wash facility, because we get a bit fed up with developers, us councillors, with residents complaining of debris, mud on the road as such. So, and also that would include, I know we can't really enforce it, I know that's not for, it's enforceable, but for pre-commencement conditions as well. So from day one, when you get a spade, a digger on site, for whatever reason, that needs a wheel cleaner and a sweeper needs to be on board with you. So cast iron guarantee, please, gentlemen.
We have agreed to a planning condition, which I believe is pre-commencement, but David, well, in fact, it's got to be pre-commencement for a construction traffic management plan and environment management plan. So yes, that will be in place and agreed prior to the commencement of any development.
Sorry, but just if officers want to amend the draft condition to say, to stipulate full-time road cleaning, then that's fine. But that's an officer's call. We're happy to accept that.
You know, but for what it's worth, I would strongly advise officers that I would like that done, to be fair, obviously. So that's, thank you very much. Anybody else before we let these gentlemen go? No, can't see any burning desire at all. No, thank you very much, gentlemen. Just nicely get seated. Members, questions to officers, please. Councillor Sutton, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I think the obvious one, the difference of opinion between myself and Councillor Laws regarding when the 220 was approved, we did have a 5-year land supply. I firmly believe that to be the case, and if I'm wrong, I'm quite willing to put my hands up and make the appropriate apology, but I'm pretty well sure that won't be necessary.
Please, thank
through,
you.
Through you, Chairman. There was the 2015 application. Sorry, there was the original application that went to appeal and was dismissed. And in that case, the authority was satisfied that we had a 5-year land supply. The applicant, so the appellant, put forward to the inspector that the council did not have a 5-year land supply. The inspector duly considered that issue and dismissed it as an issue because he said, you've got a brand new local plan. It clearly would not have gone through examination and adoption had you been short on the 5-year land supply. And then in relation to the application that was consented by the planning authority, Fenland District Council, there's nothing in the case report that indicates to me that at that time we had a 5-year land supply shortfall. And from what I've been able to glean very quickly, we issued an email in January 2018 to notify the developer forum that at that point in time, we didn't have a 5-year land supply. So obviously that was after the determination of the consented scheme.
Right, would you like to follow up on that, Councillor Sutton, or are you?
I was fairly well confident that I was right, and as I said, I would willingly put my hands up and apologise to Councillor Laws if I was wrong, but I was as sure as I could be that I was right. So thank you for that confirmation.
Yeah, well, thank you for clarifying. Thank you for clarifying that. Would you like to come back? Anything else? Thank you.
If I may, Chairman, for the benefit of the committee that may not have a copy of the neighbourhood plan policy in front of them. So policy 1 of the neighbourhood plan spatial strategy is the relevant policy, and under B it says significant new housing development should be located predominantly east of the town, adjacent to the built up area, and strategic north and south east allocations south of, sorry, I'll read that last bit again. Apologies. No, Chairman, I will start again from scratch.
Please
so
do.
I clearly didn't learn to read very well in public. So significant new housing development should be located predominantly east of the town, adjacent to the built area, and strategic allocation north and south of East Tree Road. Development at this location will be supported, will support the delivery of new and enhanced infrastructure, including a new country park. So clearly the policy says east of the town, adjacent to the built area, and in the strategic allocation of north and south. So as per the case officer report, this indicates that this particular site is adjacent to the built up area, which it clearly is. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Sutton, you'd like another bite? Thank you.
In terms of the neighbourhood plan, I know it's been to referenda and it's got community support, but surely it can't be firm and final until it's been inspected by the relevant inspector, and it's been done, is it?
Yeah.
Was it? Oh, sorry.
Chairman, it went to referendum after the examination of its
All right.
content.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
So it's bona fide, in other words. Thank you. Any more? Councillor Scolding, thank you.
Yes, would it be possible to see them slides again? The three fellows who were here said it wasn't near their site, I believe, and I'm sure I saw 2 or 3 places right close to their site.
Through you, Chairman, I'm happy to show the slides, but the important thing to note is, and as indicated in your report, the land level of the development site is different to what you're seeing in the slides. So it's not a fair comparison. And as you will all know, that in relation to the Showfield site, a significant proportion of that site is at flood risk, and therefore has not been included for physical built development upon it because of that. And this proposal that's before you today mirrors that situation, is that there is no part of this site that's proposed for built development. It is within the high flood risk area.
I drive that road quite often, and I've come up to the barrier and I think to myself, can I get through? No, I've got 4x4 and I would not go through there because the water's so high. But I still think it's silly to build there because it's so far and, you know, the water's so close. Thank you.
Right, any more questions to officers relevant to this application, of course? No. Yes, you can, Councillor Mayor, please, yeah.
May I ask for clarification? So the initial application was in 2013, was for 249 properties. That's the Persimmon application, isn't it? And that's the one that went to appeal and dismissed. And then in 2015, it was 220, which they got approval for, yeah? But if you add these 58 dwellings onto 220, even a mathematician can tell you that's 278. So that's well above your 249 houses, which was thrown out. And so I'm just a bit concerned that we're trying to shoehorn in a lot more properties than was originally refused in the first place.
That seems to be a good spot, Councillor Mayor. So we're still in questions to officers. Officers can answer that if they like to.
Yeah, thank you. Through
Thank you.
you, Chairman. I mean, effectively, the 249 that came in and was dismissed at appeal, I think as set out within the background section of the officer report, is that essentially a number of those dwellings were within the flood risk area, and that's why that appeal substantially was dismissed. Subsequently, the application for the 220 came in with the houses solely within the sort of acceptable area for development from a flood risk point of view. So all the houses were within flood zone 1. What we've got now is an area of land that was never part of the Persimmon Homes application, and which is also largely within flood zone 1. So the sort of I suppose the calculation isn't really I suppose relevant or comparable.
Thank you for that, David, but I think the residents would disagree with you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Mayor. Any more questions of this before we move on to debate? No, thank you. So thank you, everybody. Now I'd like to invite the members to debate the item in respect of the material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. So we're in debate, ladies and gentlemen. Councillor French.
Thank you. I'm looking at lead local flood authority. I have great respect for the people who sit on that. I actually sit on the flood group, but I'm really surprised at what the comments. There was an objection, and they have now withdrawn that objection, which I'm really surprised about. But also, if I go on to middle level, if I can find it.
All right, take your time.
Middle level are not happy with, sorry, north level. They're certainly not happy with it because it's a riparian ditch. And you cannot expect an estate like that to be built. And I don't know who the other owner is. I can see that's going to be trouble further down the line. I have been working on dikes and ditches since the floods of 2020, and we're trying to marches has been done, but we're going across the rest of the district to find out who owns these ditches, why they've not been maintained, why they've been filled in. So you know, if that's the way they're going, I certainly cannot support it when north level are not going to support it.
Did you have, Councillor French, you've been working very hard on flooding measures. Councillor Purser, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I've been looking at this and not at all happy with it all at all. It's sorry to be pardon. With the flooding issue, as Councillor French said there, I mean, it's, and I think another matter was actually mentioned a minute ago that they said, well, the application was put before, it's nothing to do with Persimmons or what have you. It's not a matter whether it's one firm or another firm or 3 or 4 firms. It's the piece of land that actually matters in the flood application like that. And whatever happens, the councillors are actually spoken here from Whittlesey actually know that area really, really well. Lots of us travel through there, and lots of us see. I actually came there one day, and in a flood time, and there was a large vehicle that the police had actually stopped there, and it was a large vehicle that got really quite flooded in there. I mean, and it doesn't look that deep, but believe you me, it is, which is actually really quite dangerous to everybody. But I also feel quite concerned as well as far as things like the education and the healthcare side of it. We're lacking in that sort of side of it as well with a large development, and that is quite concerning as far as I'm concerned. And again, going on from what Councillor Scolding said, as far as the bollards and the children are concerned, and also the speeding concern with children, whatever happens in a development like that, you're going to get more and more children anyway around there, and I think that's actually a big concern as well. And I'm very, very concerned with this development. Not happy with it at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purser. Councillor Davis, please.
Yeah, I have concerns about the fact that the ambulance service and emergency services are saying that this development is likely to increase demand upon existing constrained ambulance services and blue light response times. And then it also goes on to mention it says the proposed development is likely to have an impact on the services of the GP practice operating within the vicinity of the application site. Upon reviewing the existing estate footprint and registered patients, this practice does not have existing capacity to support this development. Now, it doesn't matter whether they give 48,106 if they can't get the doctors and they can't get the staff, then these people will move into these properties and they will not have easy medical services. And that really does concern me. We cannot keep putting properties into one particular part where the surgeries are already struggling. So that does worry me. And I also agree with Councillor Scolding. I think that people are going to use that entrance in and out of Till Road. And I mean, at certain times, Till Road there, I mean, it's totally blocked with traffic. You've got school children running around everywhere. It's an accident waiting to happen.
Yeah. We'll take Councillor Mayor, then Councillor Purser. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I was going to bring up about the ambulance and the doctors too, but that's another matter. I would like to just throw in the mix about the education side of things, because only this week I have been contacted by a parent who is having to go through an appeal system because Sir Harry Smith School has said they cannot take any more children. So how many more houses have we got to have built, and where are the children going to go? Now, that parent moved into Whittlesey in December, and she's got 1 child for senior school and 2 children for primary school that she doesn't even have an answer for yet. But at the moment is doing a 40-mile round trip on a daily basis to take those children to Stamford and back, where they originally lived or where they moved from. And they are still going to the school that they went to before they moved to Whittlesey in December. Now, that to me is not acceptable. So I just think, I know Sir Harry Smith is having an extension built as we speak, but children have got to be educated. They've got to go somewhere, and you can't expect a mother with she's actually got a child that isn't yet at school, so she's got 4 children and having to take them to Stamford and back every day, just so that they carry on with their education.
Councillor Purser.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, when I was actually talking, I was trying to think of 2 of the words, my brain had just come to me, in actual fact, I'm quite pleased about eventually. One was, I'm actually quite concerned with that site being overdeveloped in itself, being too squashed in. But the other one that we often talk about, but I haven't actually heard mentioned before, was a sequential test. Is there no possibility that such a thing could be built in a different area, in a more safer environment like that?
Not written, that's not written. So, anybody else got any further debate? Yeah, Councillor Sutton, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I take on board all that other members have said, and to a certain extent agree with them. But those problems are and can be replicated right across Fenland and almost everywhere else. You know, education, doctor surgeries, the whole scaboodle. So if we're saying that we can't pass this because of those issues, we might as well close the planning department down and say no more development in Fenland because all these services can't cope. And there would be a good argument for that, but I don't think that'd stand up very well at appeal. I personally don't see anything policy-wise where we could possibly turn this down. It fits with the unallocated land policy. It's nothing to do with the 249 for Persimmons. It's a completely separate piece of land, so it needs looking at and in its own a standalone. The issues with going on to Teal Road, I absolutely understand those issues, but back in the day when some members will remember, Councillor Bowden in those days brought us in an aerial photographs they've had done with some drone or something, showing us how bad this traffic was, but actually the traffic wasn't that bad. You know, it was self-defeating at the time. So I don't doubt that there's traffic there, you know, when the schools open and when they close, as there is in every other town and village across everywhere. I just don't see where you're possibly going to get a policy reason for refusal that's going to stand up. I just don't see it. I'm at a loss really at some of the comments because
that's later on in the debate, or when
they're just going to be replicated.
Have you not finished, Councillor? So, okay. You can, and then I'll take Councillor French next if you've got a direct answer to Councillor Sutton. Yes.
It's not so much a direct question for Councillor Sutton. It's more of a statement of fact that we sat here not too many meetings ago and we refused an application for 47 houses at Bevil's Close in Doddington for some of the very same reasons that have been mentioned here today. So I don't think it's a foregone conclusion at all.
Okay, that's
and I'll also say we sat here at the last meeting and agreed 63 when there was all those issues in Elm.
Yeah, Councillor French.
Thank you. I do actually partly agree with Councillor Sutton. Doctors, dentists, education, they're not really material planning considerations to refuse an application, but there are material considerations within this document that we can. But going back to the education, as a member of Cambridge County Council, they're not putting the placements in. We're short of places right across the whole of the county, but unfortunately the Rainbow Alliance will not address this at this time. It's the same with highway issues.
Absolutely correct. Councillor Scolding, thank you. We're still in debate, of course.
Yes, well, I'll be against this because safety of children is paramount, and can't see cars will make it that a rat run, they'll come straight through there from Peterborough, and the child gets knocked over, people will be saying, only why did they let this happen? So I'll be against this one.
Okay, if there's no one else, I'm going to just come in here a little bit now. Yeah, I'm going local plan 2014, merging local plan and the Whittlesey neighbourhood plan. What does this, if we pass this, it doesn't conflict with policy, the conflict with policy, the Whittlesey neighbourhood plan, because obviously it's been not in the land for these for 14 and the 23 one. But what does that, if we don't agree what the Whittlesey local plan and the residents of Whittlesey said, albeit it's 17% or whatever percent, I've just forgotten the numbers, what does that message does that send out to, I know Doddington are doing one, and Wilmington doing one? What message does that send out if we say, oh, actually, well, that doesn't make any difference. The people don't want it, but if that's the case, oh, well, we'll override it anyway. What's the point of saying to these villages, encourage them to do these neighbourhood plans? What message does that send out? And I think if we pass this with the, as I said, the local plan and the neighbourhood plan, I think it will send out the wrong message as far as I'm concerned. But I'll still listen to what anybody else has got to say. Thank you. Councillor Sutton.
Well, given your comments, Chairman, I'd just like to listen to the bit that Nick read out a little bit earlier, because that didn't say exclusively that no development in the north. It didn't say that, did it?
But it doesn't comply with the local plan, doesn't it? It doesn't, and it doesn't, and it doesn't. It's not in the 23 local plan either, is it? We know that. And the people in Whittlesey, the people we're encouraging to do these neighbourhood plans, with respect, we're going against exactly what they don't want.
But Chairman, there's no specific item that Nick read out that says that no development in the north.
But yeah, carry on, please. Yeah, you can do it in your summing up if you like. Or
Chairman, just to I think come back to the paragraph that Nick read out earlier. So the relevant policy of the neighbourhood plan, policy 1 spatial strategy, criteria B, so which reads, significant new housing developments should be located predominantly east of the town, adjacent to the built area and strategic allocation north and south of East Tree Road. And that development should support the country park. Now, I think there's probably two key words in there which are significant, what constitutes significant or not, and predominantly. So that doesn't rule out per se development elsewhere. I think the other important point to note is that a neighbourhood plan shouldn't supersede the adopted local plan. It should complement it. There should be nothing within a neighbourhood plan which introduces further restrictive policies necessarily.
Well,
Chairman, could I
I'll let Nick come in, then I'll just take you, Councillor French, in a minute.
I'm
Thank you.
happy to defer to Councillor French.
Oh, Councillor French, then. He's been a gentleman as you.
Thank you, Nick. I think the significant word is complement. I don't think this application does.
That is my sentiments entirely, but Nick, would you like to come back in then?
Yeah, just listening to the debate, Chairman. The things I would highlight is that we've got no objection from the County Council as Highway Authority. So reference was made to the safety of children as pedestrians. They'll be using predominantly the existing network plus the network that's provided on the Persimmon Homes development. And, you know, how can we say that that's unsafe? given that the roads on this proposed development would be of equal standard. So I don't think that we could sustain a reason for refusal at appeal on the grounds that the design of the highway network is inherently unsafe for pedestrian users. We've got no objection from the lead local flood authority, and this council has no policy in place that says developments can only drain to an IDB network. We don't outlaw the use of riparian drains for drainage purposes. I appreciate members' frustrations when the owners of those riparian ditches don't undertake the necessary maintenance to the detriment of themselves and others. But that's not something that we can solve through the planning process. And this committee has very recently approved developments that have used riparian ditches for the purposes of drainage, draining their developments. Coming to section 106 in development viability, yes, we've had a number of calls from health organisations and the county council for contributions to meet the demands that are going to be generated by this development. As members will be aware, as part of the production of the emerging local plan, a strategic viability exercise was undertaken, and that indicated that putting affordable housing to one side, for the purposes of developer contributions for infrastructure, there's no contributions can be sought for developments north of the A47 because of viability, and we can only seek £2,000 per property south of the A47. So when a development comes along, there is always going to be a deficit. And if we don't accept that, then we're not going to be granting any planning permissions for future development and not meeting our requirements, which means we won't have a 5-year land supply. We won't be meeting our delivery tests, and the dreaded tilted barns will come into play, and we'll be granting planning consent in locations which we perhaps don't want development to be located in. So it's an uncomfortable position, Chairman, I agree, but that is our lot, and we just have to accept that.
As we're still, thank you, Nick. As we're still in debate, Councillor Mayor, you've got something to add.
Yes. Policy LP11 says development proposals, especially to the north of the town, should have particular regard to all forms of flood risk which exist at Whittlesea, not just north of Whittlesea, but in Whittlesea per se. And it then goes on to say, any development will need to take into account the proximity to the internationally protected Neen Washes and the SSSI, which the Neen Washes are a SSSI, and this is adjacent to all of this. So nobody has so far mentioned this today.
Glad you have, Councillor Mayor.
Chairman.
I think just to come back on Councillor Mayor's point, biodiversity is mentioned from paragraphs 10.3 to 10.38 of the officer report. So the issue of biodiversity, the SSSI, the issues around the sort of Neen Washes is considered in several paragraphs of the officer report, with the conclusion being that there's no unacceptable impact upon the Neen Washes from that perspective. In terms of addressing the point about flood risk and the mention within LP11, clearly the site is largely, and the developable area is within flood zone 1. The Environment Agency have raised no objections to the application, and the lead local flood authority is satisfied with the application.
Yeah, thank you, David. We're still in debate. We've been in debate for quite a long time now. I think probably we've done it to death, but that's what we're here for. Right, so all finished debate. No burning desire, David. I know you've summed up and Nick a lot. Is there anything you'd like to add to it? No, so thank you very much. So As mentioned previously, I've been looking for a proposal to go with officer recommendation to grant planning permission. So now I'm looking for a proposer. Councillor Sutton. Right, so we've got a proposal from
I'll second it, but I would like to add, I believe this is overdevelopment of the site.
Would you like to
Yeah,
interject?
just so I can have some clarification. You refer to health and well-being and community safety. I'm assuming that's with reference to the safety of children going to and from school. Yeah.
Okay.
Are there any specific?
Okay.
So that is the routes to and from school are unsafe, and secondly, in terms of flood.
Without them bollards in there, it's made a different game. It's dangerous, and I'm not prepared to see children laying on slabs.
Yeah, please.
I'm
Yeah,
ever
please
sorry.
carry on.
I'm clearly not having a good day because I'm not clear in my mind as to
You're having a brilliant day.
All of the reasons relating to health and well-being and community safety. So the first point was children walking to and from school. Yeah. The second element was through you, Chairman, it's an outline planning application, so the layout of the scheme hasn't been designed, and that's a matter that would be dealt with at reserved matters stage. So we can't sustain that reason for refusal, saying that there's nowhere safe for them to play, because that's not what's been submitted to us for approval at this stage.
Right. Councillor French, have you finished, Councillor Scolding? Okay, Councillor French, you'd probably like to put a bit of meat on the bones on that, would you?
I never said a word, but I did say overdevelopment.
Yeah, okay, that's overdevelopment. We could add that in. And also, we've got it doesn't go with the new local plan. It's not in that. It's not in the 2014 local plan. And also as well, we could also use, it doesn't fit in with the new Whittlesey new neighbourhood plan, which has just been adopted.
Mr.
So there's three good reasons there.
So, Chairman, just to hit the pause button for a moment, is we've had a proposal for the reasons for refusal, and then there's a process to be gone through.
Yeah.
If that's going to be formally added to, and then I can comment on each of the reasons before we then go to the vote.
Okay.
Because at the moment we've got
It's a
lots of
bit
people,
bitty, yeah.
we've got lots of people sort of
Yeah.
chipping in.
Yeah, we apologise for that, but yeah, please.
And it's just getting clarity
Yeah,
for the audience, those at home.
So just reiterate where you've got to, and then we can add things to it if need be at the appropriate time. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
So far, we've got refused the application on the grounds of health and wellbeing and community safety. I won't refer to the specific local plan policies, and that's related to the safety of children walking from the development to the primary school. Secondly, we've got overdevelopment. Thirdly, we've got it conflicts with the neighbourhood plan.
Yeah.
So those are the three reasons. So to come back on those, with regard to the safety of children walking to and from the development, we've got no objection from County Council as Highway Authority. So I'm having difficulty to know how we might be able to sustain that in an appeal situation. Secondly, in relation to the neighbourhood plan, as has been outlined by David and myself, that the neighbourhood plan policy doesn't specifically outlaw this as a location for development. You know, as has been shown from the slides, this particular site is effectively surrounded on all sides by existing development. So it's difficult to know what harm would arise as a consequence of that development. And thirdly, in relation to overdevelopment, the number of dwellings proposed in relation, as you know, converted into a density of number of dwellings per hectare, doesn't seem significantly adrift of what we would normally see for this type of development, Chairman. So that's my advice back to committee. You can proceed with your decision on the basis of those three reasons for refusal. I'm not sure if the solicitor would like to.
Councillor Frank.
Yeah. You know, over the years, I mean, March did the neighbourhood plan several years ago, and it was, I think it was 2017, it was actually brought into being. Whittlesea have just done it. We're encouraging people, parish councils and town councils to do their own neighbourhood plan. And my understanding, the encouragement also comes from government, community involvement, etc. My understanding, and I haven't seen a copy of the Whittlesea one. It would be nice if we all actually had a copy for future reference. But there was community involvement. The feeling over there, you know, the big concern is flooding on that side of town. I mean, it's horrendous when we do have rain and people can't get around that way. I still have great concerns. I know the County Council authority for the flooding have withdrawn their objection. I'm surprised at that, and I will, the next time I have a meeting in a couple of weeks' time, be questioning why something comes in, they object to something, and all of a sudden I'm not satisfied, especially on the internal drainage boards. The other ones that save Fenland, they stop Fenland. We need to listen to the internal drainage boards. As you're all aware, we had a environmental training a few months ago, and it was clearly pointed out the drainage boards are, you know, the people we should be listening to.
Yeah. Okay. So anybody? So Councillor, I suppose the situation now is, Councillor Scolding, do you still want to pick your proposal?
Yes, I do.
Oh, sorry. I'll ask you that question in a couple of seconds, Councillor. Solicitor, please. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair.
Apologise. Sorry.
Just to follow on from what was said by Nick, that if members propose to refuse this application, they have to give clear and cogent reasons supported by evidence. And from what I've heard, from what's been said and from what Nick has said, there would be a struggle to come up with those reasons to justify refusal. And whilst it's not a material planning consideration, I think there is a material risk of cost being awarded against the council should this be refused and should it go to appeal.
Councillor Sutton.
Thank you, Chairman. Is exactly why what the way I thought this was going to go by comments from members earlier on. And that's why I stipulated that I couldn't see any policy reasons for refusal of this application. And here we are, and history is going to repeat itself if we're not careful. Not that long ago that we sat around this table listening to all the woes about flooding. The late Councillor Butcher always said to me, I don't know why Whittlesea people worry about that show field. He said, because that is the highest place in Whittlesea. It is in flood zone 1. There is no risk of that flooding at all. There may be water flowing up there, but we saw on the site visit, you know, the actual site is about 3 or 4 foot difference in level. Just across the way, not that many years ago, this committee. No, we're not.
We are.
No, Chairman, just listen me out, please.
Just got a couple of minutes then.
Yeah. We went along with this flood issue and refused a planning application. That was appealed, and we could not get anyone in the country to support our reasons for refusal. Nobody would take it on. And that's what I think Stephen's alluding to. You're just leading yourself into something that is just, well, in my view, bonkers. Thank you.
Right, thank you. So now you've heard Stephen's advice. I'm going to ask the proposer, do you still want to press on?
I do.
You do, okay.
I still think one child's life is worth pressing
Okay.
on.
That's fine. So I'm going to press on now. Okay. So I've got a proposal from Councillor Scolding to go against officer recommendation to refuse this application. Councillor Scolding has proposed it. Have we got a seconder on that, please? Yeah. Just reiterate who's going to second that.
No, I'm not.
You're not going to?
As I think, I mean, I sympathise. I've listened to Councillor Sutton, and as I said earlier, it's not often I agree with him, but I do agree with him with this. I do feel sorry for the people of Whittlesea. I think if this application is approved, which it probably will get approved, you know, we're opening, excuse the pun, the floodgates for people in Whittlesea to be flooded. But as Stephen points out, there are no strong material considerations to refuse this application. And as Councillor Sutton has pointed out, it will, if it goes to appeal, cost us dearly. And I'm not prepared to put the council, as deputy leader of this council, I'm not prepared to sit here and take that chance.
Yeah. Okay. So is there I'm going to ask once more, is there a seconder for Councillor Scolding's proposal? Yes, we have. We've got Councillor Mayor. Thank you. So to reiterate then, to go against officer recommendation, Councillor Scolding, Councillor Mayor, can we go to a vote on that thing, please? Thank you. Those against? I'm going to abstain on that one, please, because I'm not certain. So basically that application has been, well, we've got to go to another vote, obviously. So we're going to go to the vote to go with officer's recommendation to approve this application.
You need another proposal.
Proposer first, Councillor Benny and Councillor Sutton. So we've got an application to go again to go with officer recommendation, proposed by Councillor Benny, seconded by Councillor Scolding. All those in favour, Councillor Sutton, all those in favour of that.
Approve. Approve.
Mr. Chairman, sorry. What we voting on? You just went a bit quick there. You mentioned my name. Yeah, can we have that again, please?
You've proposed it.
No, that's fine. I put my hand up too, but I didn't actually make the proposal, which is why. Yeah.
All those in favour of that.
Could I just say, Mr. Chairman, I very much sympathise with the people of Whittlesea, but we have a responsibility in this council not to put ourselves in a bad financial position and make bad decisions. And as much as I don't agree with this, It is the policy driven decision. And there, to me, I've listened to the debate and I've heard nothing that says we can't build on there. And I think the officers have got it right.
Yeah.
Well, as much as I probably don't think it's the right thing, but in terms of policy, this is the right thing.
Okay, so, or can we have a vote on that proposal, please?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
All those against? I think I'm going to put my hand up this time. I think. Thank you. That application has been approved. Thank you, members. It's been a long one, and we'll just press on. Thank you. Yeah. We're up, members. Just before we start, we're okay. Nobody wants do we want to press on?
Press on.
Sorry, you like a cup of tea? Everybody just in favour of 5 minutes? Hey, can you wait till the next one? Go on then.
Well, no, you're going to have a break between 9 and 10, aren't you?
Okay, let's press on then. Right, now I'll hand over to Graham Smith. We're going to press on, so I'll now hand over to Graham Smith. He's the Senior Development Officer here at Fenland, present agenda item number 6, FYR 220967. It's a Fenland District Council application. So Graham, when you're ready, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this application relates to land east of the Elms and Chatteris. It's an outline application and it's to erect up to 8 dwellings. The applicant is Fenland Futures, which makes this application a Fenland District Council application. Just firstly, a quick alteration to the report. The total contributions in the report on section 10.13 on page 72 should have included the possible maximum total, which is a request for a total of £1,366,040. That will be subject to the number of houses because it's an outline application. However, the report continues in section 10.14. This figure cannot be sought given the council's current position on viability. We've also received a further letter from the fire services confirming their request for fire hydrants, and planning condition number 10 in the report deals with that issue. We also received a late letter from Mr. John Maxey, who drew attention to the question of whether the applicant should have provided a viability assessment. That letter is available in detail on the council's website. The applicants agree to provide 20% affordable housing and infrastructure contributions as detailed in the main report at £2,000 per dwelling. Mr. Maxey sought confirmation that this proposal would be consistently applied together with a position of 10% first homes and 0 infrastructure contributions on sites to the north of the A47. Officers have since given Mr. Maxey that confirmation, and following that confirmation, Mr. Maxey confirmed his objection had been satisfied and his request to speak has now been withdrawn. On to the presentation. This shows the aerial photograph and the location plan. You can see the main road, the A142, is it, to the east of the site, and the housing off of Green Park to the north, and the housing off the Elms to the west. Land to the south of the site, which is undeveloped, forms part of the wider BCP site, which we'll show as we come on to it. Just for assistance, this was the adopted BCP, and the site is in the north eastern corner of the plan, showing how it would link to the rest of the site. The BCP does include an intention for that site to be served from an access point of view from the south, and rather not from the Elms, which is the application that's in front of you. Thank you. This is the indicative plan that the applicants provided, which shows the zones for development and also how roads might be provided. You can also see the watercourse that crosses the site from north to south. and it includes potential SUDS attenuation features. It does show the access coming off of the elms to the west there. Also shows potential emergency access, emergency services access off of Green Park, the centre of the north. Thank you. And a secondary indicative site showing how the open space and those SUDs would relate or could relate. But these plans are not for determination from the council tonight, because this is just the reserve, the outline application. These would need to come forward as part of the details. Thank you. A more detailed location plan, just putting everything into position. Thank you. And site photographs, the top one is the actual access off of the elms. So that's the location of the access. And then the other two sites show Farrier's Gate to the north and west, and the emergency access position from Green Park in the north. Again, the actual details of those would need to come forward as part of the reserve matters, but you need to know where those positions are. Thank you. More photos showing views across the site, most of them in a northerly direction. I think you can see the footbridge over the watercourse on the southern edge of the site. Thank you. So the main issues, the application site is within the East Chatteris strategic allocation in the adopted local plan, for which the broad concept plan has been produced and adopted. The proposal is to access the site from the elms, which is contrary to the aspirations of the BCP. However, no applications come forward to develop the land immediately to the south of the site. There, however, remains some flexibility regarding final access for the wider BCP. Objectives highlight concerns regarding appropriateness of the council determining its own application and lack of comprehensive development, considering the application to be premature. However, the site was allocated in 2014. The significant issue, therefore, is whether bringing forward this site, accessible from the elms, would result in significant harm. A key consideration, the local highway authority makes it clear they have no objection in highway terms. The proposal requires vehicular and pedestrian and cycleway links to the southern edge to facilitate connectivity to the remaining BCP site. So we have conditions attached, insisting that the reserve matters would provide that. Conditions also pinpoint the access locations and the provision of a leap for reserve matters provision. Indicative landscaping shows the site is capable of retaining worthwhile trees, hedges, and provisions of acceptable SUDs and drainage measures. Application proposes high quality homes, but we've attached a planning condition requiring details to be assessed against the National Design Guide to ensure that quality is provided. There are no objections from consultees. Therefore, the application is recommended for approval subject to receipt of an acceptable legal agreement and conditions as detailed in the main report. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Graham. We have 3 sets of speakers on this application. First, I'd like to invite Councillor Ian Benny. He's a district councillor to make his presentation to the committee. You have 5 minutes when you're seated and ready to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members, officers. I'm here to speak. This is in my ward, so I'm looking at this from a ward perspective. I am on the investment board as well, and this land also falls under my portfolio as assets for Fenland. So that's why I'm not taking any part in the voting today. All my life, I've been critical of politicians, national and local, who make popular decisions just to get re-elected, rather than practical and informed ones. With that in mind, it would have been easier for me to jump on the bandwagon and go for the minority option as ward councillor to refuse this application. But I truly believe this application has been well worked, is policy compliant, and the best compromise for all Chatteris residents. Also, it delivers housing Chatteris desperately needs. There has been no major house building in Chatteris, with the exception of Woomb Farm, since the early 1980s. The Chatteris East Strategic Allocation, or BCP, has been in place for 15 years, and stood as the cornerstone of housing allocation for Chatteris in that time. But not one brick has been laid. Whilst on paper the policy looks good, the lack of willingness to agree by landowners, agents and developers have failed to pull a deal together to deliver. That is why the BCPs are being dismantled in the emerging local plan and individual applications within a BCP are being accepted. As portfolio holder for FDC assets, I have seen other proposed schemes for this site. Another proposal was for the whole BCP area, showing 450 homes, with the land at the bottom of the elms having all the social housing element for the whole BPC site in the form of flats on this land. Whilst this would not use the elms for vehicular access, foot traffic from the flats most certainly would, and visitors to the flats could park in the elms, causing traffic issues. I looked at treeways in Chatteris to show what could happen to a quiet cul-de-sac. I'm also on the investment board and said I could only support this scheme if it was high quality development. I want nice, well-designed, well-built family homes with plenty of off-road parking that would bring as little disruption to the residents of the elms as any scheme would. 2, 3, 4 and 5 bedroom high quality, low density housing with policy compliant 20% affordable delivers enough affordable housing for the local need and no more. 15 rentals and 5 shared ownership, whilst it retains the good character of the elms. From the FDC website, there have been 10 letters of objection, but only 6 of these are from residents. The remaining 4 are from local agents, and most of the objections, flooding, access, drainage, wildlife, etc., are addressed within the officer's report. Also, Fenland Future did a community engagement exercise pre-summer holidays last year. Over 150 homes in close proximity to the site were consulted. 16 replies were received, 6 were objections, the rest were either neutral or showed support. The requests from those responses asked for a mix of houses and bungalows, a mix of open space, and energy efficiency for the properties. All of these requests I will work to deliver from my place on the investment board if elected in the next election. This in contrast to the Wenny Road development that also lies within the BCP area and is within 300 metres from this site, has over 550 residents' comments, nearly all against that development. This shows the contrast of objections between the two sites, although in very close proximity to each other. As ward councillor, I was made aware 4 years ago that there are significant drainage issues within the elms. Since the Farriers Gate development was built, and that's to the other side of the elms, there is a surface water that runs into the elms, causing severe flooding. A resident sent me a photograph of the gardens, highway and car park with significant standing water, enough to cover the tyre on the bottom of a car tyre even. I took this to David Rowan, I hope David remembers this, head of planning at FDC, and asked what could we do to solve this problem. Build was his answer. Then the drainage scheme on the new part will resolve the flooding. Approving this development is the best way to solve the flooding issues affecting the residents of the elms. It is only a matter of time, without this application being approved, someone's house in the elms will flood. There has also been talk of an alternative access into the site. Fenland Future has a consultant look at bringing the access off the A142. Their conclusion was access from the A142 is considered feasible. However, extensive works will be required at significant cost, which is likely to make the development unviable. Also, the land to deliver that is not in ownership of FDC. It would also mean anyone living on the proposed site would have to drive around the bypass back in the town just to buy a pint of milk. I've got one more paragraph. The lack of connectivity to the wider town and service would not be good for the residents living there. So in conclusion, this development is policy compliant. It delivers much needed housing to Chatteris, social and market value, has been fully consulted and agreed a solution with Holloway's for the access and comes with an officer recommendation to approve. I therefore ask the committee to support the application.
Yeah, I was very lenient with Councillor Benny. I did let you have 20 seconds over, but any after that, Councillor Melton, Mr. Melton can have the extra 20 seconds if he wants it. You can have an extra 20 seconds if you want as an objector. Okay, so that makes it fair. But no. We're just having any questions now. I'll just make it clear to Mr. Melton that he can have an extra 20 seconds. So back on schedule. Questions? Right, thank you, Councillor French. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Councillor Benny, is it possible that another access point could be brought through the BCP?
Not really. The land that surrounds the Fenland known land at the bottom of the elms, when Justin Wingfield was here, Justin tried to make contact with that company. I can't say who it is. And he did make company, but they never really came back. They were asked if they wanted to put the land in for the call for local seats, and they weren't. And on Monday, when I had my bi-weekly meeting with Mark Greenwood, who took over from Justin, I asked if there'd been any contact from that landowner as to whether they wanted to bring this forward to development. Mark's been working here 14 months and he said he's never had any contact with them. So can only assume that would, the answer to that would be no.
My second question is with regard to Cambridge County Council Highway Authority regarding the public right of way. And it does say they should be agreed prior to this application being determined. I'm not sure whether that's a question to you or a question to officers.
I would have thought it'd be a question to officers, really, Councillor French. Any more questions for Councillor Benny? Councillor Scolding, thank you.
Yes, just one. Do all the other town councillors agree to this?
Yeah, Councillor Benny can easily answer that.
Charteris Town Council seems to be against this development. It says it's overdevelopment. It's not. It's low density compared to what it could be. Truthfully, I think Charteris Town Council has got its nose a bit burnt with Save Winnie Meadow campaign. I think they're a bit scared about getting involved in anything like this. So I think that is why we've had a negative response from Charteris Town Council.
Right, so I can't say anything. So just I shall ask the applicants, the agent, representative who's coming in after Councillor Melton, but I'm happy to see. No, but anyway, never mind. So whatever. So I'm really pleased that I can see 20% affordables and 5 shared airs. I'm really pleased about that. And I hope, I'm absolutely fairly certain that we shan't come back here again with a revision of that. But also I'm going to ask is, as I ask other applicants, agents, that we need a sweeper at all times, because what we don't want is mud, debris on the highway. I'm sure you've heard me say that several times to several other applicants, and I'll obviously ask you as a portfolio holder, will you give a cast iron guarantee that's the case? Because we do not want to be down there every 5 minutes.
That is fair enough. As far as I'm concerned, Councillor Connor, yes, we will do that. We've looked at this with Fenland Future. We want to be delivering, we want to be a gold star deliverer of homes within within Fenland Future. And we've got to keep the residents happy, and we need to keep the roads swept and tidy. I believe Adam, who is following on from me, who's the officer for this and for Fenland Future, if you ask him the same question, I'm sure he will give a guarantee to that, the same as I will.
I'm really pleased to hear that. Thank you very much. Councillor Sutton, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, Councillor Benny, I'm just going back to your comments on the Charteris Town Council, and I note that they don't object to the site per se, but they do strongly object to the entrance being on the elms. I mean, when we went down there, it's not ideal. That is, there's a long way from being ideal, but just like, your comments on that.
Yeah, it probably isn't ideal, Councillor Sutton. Fenland Future did have the consultancy firm do an access survey on the elms. There were 3 areas looked at. One was the access through the elms. Another one was through Green Park, but there was ownership of the land that allowed access into the site there, so that one was dismissed. And the only other access to bring that in would be from the bypass. And it's on a long sweeping curve to come round there. And to put slip roads in for in and out would be too costly. It would prohibit the development. And also it would make it not part of the town. You wouldn't be able to drive into it. And if you look at the pictures that were on the board in the elms, when they built the elms, they left that part of the road open to accept delivery. If not, they'd have probably put a couple of houses to block the end off. That does happen. That hasn't happened here. And this will be the last bit of development that comes in here, because once that we've got the bypass going around the outside, there won't be any further development there. And as much as nobody ever wants development, we see this every week at planning committee. We upset somebody when we pass something. There is the drainage issues, which I did take to David. I don't know if David remembers when I came to see him about that. And the flooding at the bottom of the elms is very serious. We've got 5-6 inches of standing water on the roads. And when I spoke to David, he said to me, the best way would be to build, and then the drainage scheme to solve the flooding issue at the bottom will be resolved. And as a local councillor, even as long as I'm elected, I will be pushing very hard to make sure that is resolved within the scheme when the drainage scheme comes in on the reserve maps application.
Lovely, thank you very much. Councillor French.
Thank you. Having read this bit further, mitigation, the provision of a welcome pack, travel pack for the first occupants of each dwelling is noted that such travel packs will include 4 weeks free bus travel, cycle discount vouchers, etc. Who's paying for this? I've never seen this before.
No, I haven't seen it before either, but that might be one for the officers. I don't think Councillor Benny will know that, will you?
I have no idea.
We'll spare you your blushes there then.
I dare say somewhere along the taxpayer is going to pick the bill up for that somewhere. If you ask Adam, who's going to follow me on, I'm sure he will have maybe a better understanding of that.
I think that's a good thing. Councillor Purser.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question I asked earlier, in actual fact, on a different site, and it's often mentioned in this committee about the sequential test. They're saying that there might be a Chapter Town Council actually objects to it for various different reasons. Is there any other sites that could be used rather than chapters for that similar sort of thing?
I will refer you to Councillor French's answer in the last one. We're looking at this application.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Councillor Davis, thank you.
Yeah, can we have your assurance that the access from the 141 was seriously looked at and costed, and because you said you dismissed it because it would make the whole thing non-viable?
I've actually got a copy of the report in front of me that was prepared for Fenland Future Limited. It was JDS Consulting Engineers Limited. It's got all the plans and all of the options were looked at for that. And it does state very clearly in there in the conclusion, access from the A142 is considered feasible. However, extensive works will be required at significant cost, which is likely to make the development unviable.
I think that nicely clears that up. Anybody got any more questions for Councillor Benny before we let him go? No, thank you very much. Thank you. So now I'd like to invite Alan Melton, he's an objector, to make his presentation to committee. You again have got 5 minutes, and of course, as I suggested, you can have another 20 seconds if you so wish. Thank you. I do apologise for that, but you'll always be known as Councillor Melton, whether you are or you are not. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for giving me the time. First of all, I want to make it quite clear of why I'm objecting to this site. I'm not against the development of this land. I was here at a time when we promoted it as a wholesale development right the way up to the bypass. And it was always stated at the time and in successive plans that there would be no access to that land from St Martin's Road, the Elm, or Green Park or anywhere else. It would be coming off the bypass with a roundabout near the cricket club, and it would be served from there. Wholesale development. Now, I know that it's a job to bring all the developers together, the landowners, etc., etc. In my opinion, that's their problem. But I don't see why Fenland District Council should pick up the problem and make the problems worse. When you visited the site, I suppose you did last week, you probably went at a convenient time when there's not many cars parked along there. Had you had gone down there around the Elms and Birch Avenue at school time, or indeed at first thing in the morning and also in the afternoon, you would see a completely different scenario. Councillor Benny is absolutely right. It is his ward. Before it's his ward, it was my ward several years ago. I live on that ward. I walk that ward every single day. I walk across those fields. I look at the dikes, the ditches, and the way that water is supposed to go away, and it doesn't. I look at the cars that are parked. I look at the access, and quite frankly, it is not acceptable. Can I remind you of something, Mr. Chairman? If I had more than 5 minutes and probably had an hour, I would play to you the scenario that we went through, or you went through, when you were discussing the development at Doddington. And this is very similar. You weren't here, but you made a statement. Access, the winding roads, the bends, the delivery, everything that was said in this council chamber during that debate. I could even quote some of the things that some of the councillors who are sitting around here now actually said about that access. It was also said by one councillor who's sitting here that the town doesn't want it, or the village doesn't want it, the community doesn't want it, and those nearby don't want it. That was said, okay? So therefore, what I'm saying to you, Chairman, to be consistent, you should consider this in the same way. Now, I know it's very difficult for members, been there, done that, the nature of the planning application and who the applicant is. Can I again make it quite clear? I am not against selling council assets. In fact, probably during my time, more assets were sold than at any time in the history of this council. But I always wish to see that the local community benefits from the sale of those assets. And in this case, it doesn't. All it's going to do is to aggravate a problem which is now on St. Martin's Road, Birch Avenue and the Elms. It makes mention of East Park Street in here. That is the main egress and access into St. Martin's Road. It is a terrible junction. Most people who leave St. Martin's Road from the Elms or Birch Avenue actually cut up Church Lane to get out. Now that is a narrow road with hardly any footpath, but with cars parked along. That's where the Charteris Town Council chamber is. Councillor Benny quite rightly mentioned the consultation. My view is the consultation didn't go far enough. The consultation was in the was in Green Park and adjoining areas. The consultation should have been with everybody in St. Martin's Road, Birch Avenue and the Elms to get their opinion on it. To sum up, Chairman, I believe that this application is premature. It should still be considered as a whole item of land within the bypass as allocated. And my own view is, in view of the comments regarding the Wenny site, I won't call it the meadow, the Wenny site, if the developers can't come together and put a whole scheme together, a proper spine road, proper accesses, proper environmental and drainage contributions, then the whole lot should be taken out of the emerging local plan. And that's the only way to deal with it, Chairman, because if not, you'll be considering piecemeal development from now for the next 20 years. And all of it will be coming on St. Martin's Road. And that's my concern, Chairman.
Yep, thank you very much. Members, any questions for Mr. Melton? Councillor Sutton, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, Mr. Melton, welcome back to the chamber. You are missed. Councillor Blaney alluded to flooding, etc., etc. What is your take on on the flooding around that issue, and you know, Councillor Benny alluded to the development actually helping the current problems, which is, you know, it's not something you would expect normally, because that it's not associated with that. But if that was going to help those flooding issues, then that is a bonus, I would thought.
Mr. Chairman, through you, this morning, again, I walked to that site, and the problem is all the volume of water which comes from development from Green Park, the Elms, and indeed Farrier's Gate, that all goes into one point, and it goes into one drainage ditch. There is a culvert under the bypass, and then there's another culvert. None of them have the capacity to take any further volume of water. I haven't brought photographs because I'm not as astute as Councillor Laws, but the fact of the matter is I have got photographs of it. The other side of that culvert, it just comes to a stop. It's a dead stop. And with the where the water does go before the culvert, it pulls and it steps over. The other thing is, which doesn't show on those photographs, is when they built Farrier's Gate, they actually raised the site by 1 metre. And there is a brick wall, an engineering bricks, on the entrance to the Elms, which holds that development back. And in fact, you can see it more graphically because there is a set of steps and indeed a slope to climb up from the Elms into that development. Now, you don't need to be very bright to know that when water falls, it always goes downhill. If you build on this site, that will have to be raised because that and the adjoining playing field are always wet. You won't get through there most of the year unless you've got Wellingtons on. The problem you've got then is when you build that site up, along with Farrier's Gate, the people who live in the Elms actually are in a bowl. What you're actually doing is putting their houses in a bowl. And unless you've got extension engineering and pumping works, there is no way. And can I remind members, as I said, I was ward member. Councillor Benny wouldn't remember this, but when I was a member of Fenland District Council on my ward, I got a call one morning at 2 o'clock in the morning. That area was flooding, not with 4 or 5 inches of water, 2 or 3 feet. And I went into a lady who still lives down there now, and there was poo coming up her toilet and spilling out. There was another one who still lives there who had 2 young children at the time, and the same situation. Now, I remember walking those fields with Terry Poulter at 3 o'clock in the morning with a failing torch to identify the problem, and it was identified right out in the fens. And unless that's dealt with, what you're going to get is those houses flooded again, and those people who live in the Elms are in fear of that happening again because some of them are still there. In fact, most of them are still there. And I said at the time, as their ward member, that I would do everything to stop that happening again. I'm no longer the ward member. I'm retired. I've handed over to somebody far more competent than me and younger. But you know, I still feel that I have to stick up for those people who supported me all those years as my constituents.
Councillor Purser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned in part of your presentation there that the junction coming off that road is, I can't remember the words you actually used, deadly or incredibly dangerous. Yeah. Would it actually possibly help if the outline part of the planning permission actually included things like a roundabout or traffic lights or something like in that situation?
I think Victoria Street, that would probably be impractical, and it would cost an absolute fortune, and that certainly would make any development totally unviable, and that certainly wouldn't leave any money left over for the schools and the transport, and if there's any left over for the local community, which there won't be, you know, so that is a solution, but it is impractical and it's very costly.
Do you want to carry on?
I'd like to come back on that if I may.
Sorry?
I'd like to come back on that if I may.
Yeah, absolutely. Please do. Yeah.
I totally understand what you're saying there. It'd be too costly and you wouldn't be able to do this with it, you wouldn't be able to do that with it. But on the other side of the coin, on the side of the same coin there, it's also a matter of how much does a life cost?
I couldn't agree more, and that's why I'm making the case against it now, because quite frankly, that is a major route for footpaths and cars for access from the Cleveland School one way. And if you live where I live in St Martin's Road, you have got a constant stream of kids between 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock in the morning coming by my house from those estates, and also going back the other way. So, you know, it is a very dangerous exercise. I do not know, and I'll quote again, which was said at the Doddington debate, which is there if anybody wants to hear it. Somebody made the point that how on earth would you get building materials around there? A great big lorry with trusses on the back, you know, quarter cabins, you name it. I come from construction, and the stuff that's got to go down there, it is going to be an absolute nightmare. And yes, it won't be a sweeper that's required to keep it clean. It will be a major piece of machinery to keep it clean and to stop the aggravation that's going to go in those roads.
Right, thank you, Councillor Purser, for that. Thank you, Mr. Melton. Anybody questions for Mr. Melton before we let him go? No apparent rush for that. Thank you very much for that. No worries, thank you. Now I'd like to invite Adam Broadway on behalf of the applicant to make his presentation to the committee. You also have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Chairman, members, officers, thanks for the opportunity. I'm Adam Broadway, I represent Fenland Future. Just for clarity, Fenland Future is the wholly owned subsidiary of your council. It's been set up specifically to create revenue for the council. We are the applicant for this site, and as you can see in the report, I don't want to add anything to it. You have a clear recommendation, and you have a clear set of statutory consultees who are now not objecting to the scheme. We have worked very closely with the planning officer and the statutory consultees to ensure that this outline application meets planning policy and can be delivered. We've included, very importantly, the provision of affordable housing in line with your policy, and we're also offering up a section 106 capital contribution to meet some of the requirements for the other facilities in the town, and also to pick up the question that was asked about the transport travel plan that we will offer to the residents of the development. That will be costed in the development by FFL when we develop the site, if we get to that point. I appreciate there's been a lot of conversation previously with my colleague, Councillor Benny, and the objector, Mr. Milton. We're happy to answer any other questions.
Right, thank you for that. Question? Yeah, so just questions. Councillor French, thank you.
Thank you. It's quite disappointing to look at the lack of comment from highways. Normally highways have got either object or happy with it, but I'm intrigued about the transport assessment team confirm about this welcome travel pack. What is that all about? We've never, all the years I've been on this council, I've never heard of this. You know, bearing in mind, we don't have many buses. Is this just another directive coming from county council to get people out of the cars?
I think we all have a problem with transport. We had in the previous application the issue about bus services, etc. However, we have a climate change issue. We need to consider how we move about, and we need to address it. One of the new ideas that's being floated is to offer all new residents on developments travel options which are different to the car. It's an incentive to people to try and use their transport modes in a different way. This is used on a number of different developments across the country. It is new, but it will be funded by the developer and will hopefully try and reduce some of the traffic car travel use, which is often made by people with cars, and try and encourage them to make the switch to other sustainable transport modes.
May I come back? Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I witnessed a 2.5-hour meeting at County Council Highways yesterday, and that was what exactly they want to get people out of cars. They forget people living in this area need a car. They've closed Mill Road in Cambridge, which is absolutely bonkers, but that decision's been made. People are up in arms about it, and I'm sure the people in Chatteris who need to get from A to B to B to C will not be waiting for a bus because we haven't got any buses.
Absolutely right. In fact, Chatters will have less buses than they've already got now, so I don't know how you can take away nil, but they seem to have done it. Councillor Davis, thank you.
Yeah, what will the proposals be for construction traffic? Because obviously all the roads around there are very narrow. There are cars parked quite legitimately on the road. And also, you know, we possibly could have a situation of construction traffic meeting head-on emergency vehicles. So I just wondered what your comments would be.
There's a condition in the conditions, and it will be an obligation on the reserve matters application to deal with that, as in all normal developments. So we take the point. We are not fixed on a particular route. It will be dealt with in the detail if we get to that point.
I understand that, and I've seen that obviously in the papers. I just wondered whether whether you had any view now that what might assist councillors in their decision.
I have a view, but that needs to be technically supported. There is a view that you could come off the bypass, but that is extremely difficult because of the access points as it is, and the fact that that is a very busy road and it's on a major curve. So I won't make a comment on it. I just want to leave comfort to members to say that it is part of the detail that you come to when you come to a reserve matters application.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry to keep on about this. I've asked Councillor Benny. I do see in the conditions there's a wheel wash. I would prefer a sweeper as well. If this application gets approved today, obviously to stop the debris on the road, and I'd like it from the day one when you have a digger going there for pre-commencement building. So have I got a goal? Can you give me a cast iron guarantee that will happen? Because that is a big concern of councillors around this table.
Fenland Future will be developing this site out with appropriate contractors. We have the ability then to put conditions on our contracting partners to ensure that we deliver this in the best and health and safety conscious way. So I take the point. We're happy to take it on board, but we will emphasise this is technically a council development, and we need to do everything absolutely perfectly.
Okay, thank you. Any more? Councillor Purser.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Taking consideration again, things have been said about the Durton Road and etc. and going to Main Road there. How long is it likely to last? The actual development itself, the actual from going on the site to start with to the last one being completed. How long is it likely to last for?
Construction period, we would say, will probably be about 2.5 to 3 years. That's from the actual first start on site to actual handover and completion of the very last house. It depends. It's going to be a housing for sale scheme predominantly, and so we have to follow the market, and we have to have a sales plan which is basically reflects what the market will take. But I would say that will be roughly the type of timescale.
Councillor Sutton, thank you.
Thanks, Chairman. Yeah, you've heard from both Councillor Benny and Mr. Melton regarding the flooding issues, current flooding issues, and we're always told that a new development shouldn't bear the cost of something that's gone wrong years ago, and I can see the logic in that. But given this is a council run scheme, completely owned, I would expect that the council to go that extra measure to incorporate something within the new site which alleviates those problems that are existing. Can you give us any assurance that that would fit in with your plans going forward?
You will see in the report there's been quite extensive consultation with the relevant authorities on how we drain the site. And at one point when we were in the negotiations, the original proposal wasn't accepted. That has been amended and now actually conforms to what the authorities require in terms of drainage and holding the surface water. The surface water appears to be the big issue. So you have an existing drain go through this site, and we put in very large and what we call sustainable urban drainage ponds, areas which will be dry in most of the time, but when there's a flooding issue, that they will hold the water. That is a technical detail which needs to be finalised when we come to the detailed application, but we've given confidence that we can address that on the scheme that we propose at the moment. That is the issue that we've been told from the technical support teams and the relevant authorities, and the scheme is addressing that with a clear condition in the report.
Did you want to come back on it, Councillor Sutton?
If I may, Chairman.
You may, certainly.
I know as Councillor Mr. Melton said, that there's an issue with maybe with the culvert going under the 142. I know from experience and being on the 100 Alders Beach IDB, there are 3 culverts going under the A47, 2 of which go uphill. And as Mr. Melton quite rightly pointed out, water only goes one way. Has there been any survey done yet, or maybe coming up as to whether that culvert going under the 142 is, fit for purpose and will take all this extra? There's no extra water, but when it's built, obviously there's no soak away. You're doing away with the drain. Is that so?
I refer to my previous point. We've consulted with the relevant agencies. They've given us their advice. We've amended the plan as it's currently proposed to accommodate with their further input. As part of a detailed application, there are going to be further conditions that we need to address, including a lot more technical reports. Those reports are actually fundamental to the next stage of the process. And as always, we would have to do that. It's in our interest. There's no point creating a problem which currently exists. We're trying to resolve some of those problems for the existing neighbourhood, and also our residents. So those reports come later in the process, but we've got a clear condition in the planning conditions offered at the moment, which we would meet.
Yeah, that's very refreshing to hear. I think that's what around the table. Anybody else before we let Mr. Broadway go? No burning desire. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right, members, questions, clarifications to officers, please.
Thank you.
Councillor French.
Yeah, I'm just looking, I don't seem to have, or haven't found it, anything from the drainage boards.
Please feel free to
Oh,
answer when you're ready.
the local flood is there, but maybe I've missed it.
Through you, Chair. Yes, before I came, I thought I'd check whether we received anything. I'd missed it. I checked through the system. There's nothing received from Drainage Board.
Quite disappointing.
Absolutely. Right, so any more questions to officers? No. No. Oh, sorry. Absolutely, please do. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, through you. Just to clarify comments that Councillor Benny made, I do recall him showing me a photograph of a site on the Elms. I believe it was a car parking area that was underwater, and I did comment on that. However, I've not commented, I believe, actually on the application site itself.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. No, all finished with officers. Right, so I'm asking members to debate the application now, please. Who'd like to start the debate off? I am looking at you, Councillor French. You usually do. Councillor Sutton, thank you. I'll let Councillor Sutton do it then. You're too late now.
I'm happy to kick it off, Chairman. I have to say that I don't sit here overly comfortable having to make a decision on something that's in-house, if I'm speaking the truth. But that's what we have to do. So that's what we have to do. There has been comment about the BCP, and in other places, this kind of piecemeal has been refused. In Wisbech East was one I remember, and I think other places as well over the years. So we've got to be careful that we don't appear to be favouring FDC's land, because that's contrary to what we've done before. But I guess, you know, this is going to go through whatever I say. I do struggle to compare, and we should be consistent. You know, when we refused the one in Wisbech East and others on the periphery of various BCPs, and now we're here with FDC's planning application in exactly the same position, and we potentially we're going to you know pass it. So it is something that doesn't sit quite comfortable with me, but I guess there isn't too much wrong with it, and so long as it is going to improve those flood issues that both Councillor Benny and Mr. Melton raised, and indeed it isn't going to raise, you know, the levels are not going to be raised like Councillor Melton fears, then I guess there isn't any policy other than, I suppose, not necessarily a change in policy, but a change in attitude to the BCPs. I guess just as like the last planning application, I guess there's not really too much we could nail to do anything other than pass it, other than the access, which I do have serious concerns about. But again, we don't have that technical backup from highways to stake the nail in it. You know, if we had a objection from highways, which we could pin our hat on, I would be more than happy to propose that we, you know, refuse it on that ground. But we're in that situation where we haven't got that backup, and nor would we get it. So I think, as much as it's going to hit me in the claw a bit to vote in favour of it, I guess that's where we're going to have to be.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Sutton. I think you've hit a lot of the nails on the head, but I'm sure Councillor Mayor's got something to add to it. Do you want to speak? Thank you.
The only thing I want to add to it is I agree with everything that he said. The access is dreadful, and I am jolly sure that my voice might be one of the voices Mr. Melton was referring to on the Doddington application, because I thought that was awful, and I said so. But at the end of the day, you know, we've got no backup from highways, have we? But it's a terrible access. Surely, I mean, yes, we've been told the cost to come off the A141 is prohibitive, but no numbers been given. And should we be given numbers to look at? I don't know. I mean, what one person thinks is prohibitive, another person might think isn't. But access into that site from the Elms is dreadful. So I've got to say.
Yeah, you've made a really good point. I think it was fair to say we saw that on the coach, those who went on the coach, but we have to look at obviously, as you well know, we have to look at the application before us, and highways have got no objection. So morally, you're probably right, but in practice, we've got no reason, like Councillor Sutton rightfully says, to refuse this on highway issues whatsoever. So, any Councillor French, please.
Thank you. Again, this afternoon, I'm agreeing with Councillor Sutton. Most unusual.
Rather repetitive, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I did ask the question to Councillor Benny about the disappointment, lack of stuff from highway. You know, I sit on the Highway and Transport at County Council. I'm just amazed. But going back to what Councillor Sutton said, that he felt uncomfortable making a decision on land that belongs to FTC. We've done it many, many times before. Definitely not on this scale, but we have done it before. But I think we need to take into consideration, we never had in the past years Fenland Future. And this is what it's all about, Fenland Future. So I think it is being done properly. I think if the access could be done, I've listened to Councillor Purcell with regard to a roundabout. Can I just remind you that there is a very large development in March West, and there is a roundabout going in there. I know it's for 1,200 homes eventually, but it's in there. So I think you should still be looking, if possible, down the line to see if you can better this access.
Fair comment, Councillor Sutton.
Yeah, we can't turn it down on the elms, but the only way we can turn it down, if members are not happy with that, the only way we can turn it down legitimately and according to the plan, and that is to say that we do not agree that the development should go ahead outside of the BCP. That is the only ground we've got. So if members want to do that, then I feel that that is quite a legitimate thing to do.
No, I'm sorry, I'll let you come. No, sorry. I was just going to say, we can't go down that route. I don't, in my view, and I couldn't direct the committee to go down that route.
Chairman, we absolutely can go down that route because we absolutely have done before.
But you know, well, I wouldn't want to encourage the committee to go down that route. But I'm
Can we get the officers?
I'm just going that way with Nick.
Thank you. David's got more intimate knowledge with individual cases, but broadly speaking, there have been situations whereby we've refused planning permission where a incremental proposal on a BCP site has come forward, but in other instances, we've approved. And the key to this is whether or not that proposed incremental development risks significantly stymieing the delivery of the bigger picture. And that's what we have to determine when dealing with this particular application. So it is fair to say that the means of access is different, but what's the harm of that access being different? We've had 2 and a bit pages of response from the County Council's Highway Authority, so I think fair play to them. They have been thorough, and a transport assessment was undertaken, and also the Development Management Highways Officer has looked at the scheme. So I'm satisfied it has been looked at appropriately. Going back to the BCP, the only thing that is missing from the delivery of that wider scheme through the consideration of individual applications is that swathe of public open space, which is on the sort of southeastern quadrant of the site. But I think we have to be pragmatic about it, because despite valiant efforts by many, there hasn't been able to be a deal struck between all the various landowners. And so we're looking at these individual cases as to whether or not they wipe their own face in terms of the delivery of the appropriate levels of open space, so on and so forth. So yes, this development is accessed via the elms, but that doesn't prejudice access being provided off Wenny Road for the remainder of the development. So it's a case of no harm done. I'm not sure if David has anything more to say, or is that? Yeah, thank you.
Right, so I'm going to we're still in debate. Councillor Davis, please.
This is a very difficult one, and I look round at the faces of the committee members. I look round at the faces of the people sitting in the public, and you can tell that people's hearts don't want it to go ahead. We have every sympathy with the residents, but there's nothing. The officers spend hours poring over writing these reports. They've gone into every detail, and there is. I cannot see any real material reason for turning this down. So it's just with sympathy, really, to the residents.
Yep. Anybody want to add to this debate? No. Right. Debate's finished. Officers, would you like to sum up?
Thank you.
Please.
Yeah, through the chairman, I think Nick's picked up sort of the issues around the the BCP and also sort of some of the access issues. I think the important thing to remember in terms of, I think a couple of councillors have mentioned, would a roundabout off the 142 be feasible or not? How much would that cost? Is it really prohibitive? Ultimately, the committee's got to make a decision on the basis of the application that's in front of it. I think the only other issue I would potentially just pick up is whether it would give members some or greater comfort to add potentially an additional condition regarding details of land levels to be submitted at reserve matters stage. I think that picks up sort of some of the issues that Mr. Melton's raised, and I think some of the members have sort of reflected on in debate as well.
Yeah, I'd be happy with that. Other members, would they be happy with that? I'm looking around the table. Yeah, that's good then. So we can add that as another condition then. So if it gets approved, we're jumping the gun a little bit really, aren't we? But that's great if that does. So any more questions to officers at all? Right, so I'm looking for a proposer now on the scheme. Yeah, Councillor Davis.
Yeah, go with officer's recommendation.
Okay, to approve the application. Have I got a seconder on that? I'll do Councillor Scolding, just as a change. Nothing against you, Councillor French at all, but
Careful what you say.
it's chairman's discretion. Okay, so going back to normality, to go with officer recommend to approve this application, it's by Councillor Davis, seconded by Councillor Scolding. All those in favour of that proposal? Thanks. Any against? Or any abstentions? No, this application has been approved. Thank you, members. Again, I'll tell you what, Thank you, members, for coming back promptly. Before we just start, before I hand over, we're going to have a break between after agenda item number 9 for the officers to sort themselves out and change officers. So it'll only be for a couple of minutes, but it needs to be done and will be done. Thanks very much. So I'll now hand over to Danielle Brooke. She's a senior officer here at Fenland to present agenda item number 7, F/YR 22 1153 F. So Danielle, when you're ready, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Agenda item 7 seeks approval for, oh, I'll just let the presentation catch up. Bear with me. Just a little recap. There we are. Right. Agenda item 7 seeks approval for the erection of a 2-storey 4-bed dwelling and detached garage with a hobby room above, and the formation of a new access on land west of 241 High Road, Newton in the Isle. The application is a resubmission of an earlier application F/YR 22/0166 F that was refused under delegated powers in May 2022. The proposal in the current application is the same as the earlier refused scheme. The circumstances of the site and its surrounds have not changed since the previous refusal. However, the application is before members owing to a number of representations received contrary to officer recommendation in respect of the resubmitted application. The application site is shown in red on the location plan and aerial photo. The site is positioned on the corner of High Road and Brewers Lane in Newton, and the site is currently garden land associated with the host dwelling number 241, located in an area of sporadic residential development separated from development to the north and west by large swathes of undeveloped land. The application proposes a substantial detached 2-storey 4-bedroom dwelling with a garage and hobby room and new access as shown on the site plan. And the street scene drawing to the bottom of the slide shows the proposed dwelling and garage in context to the adjacent host dwelling barn conversion. This slide shows a more detailed view of the proposed dwelling, floor plans and elevations as shown. And again, these detailed slides showing the garage and hobby room, floor plans and elevations. So the site photos are as follows. The top left image is facing southwest from the offside of High Road and shows the existing access for the host dwelling, with the host dwelling to the left-hand side of the image. To the right-hand side is the garden on the corner of High Road and Brewers Lane, where the dwelling is proposed to be situated. Top right image is facing southeast across the proposed site. The host dwelling is to the rear of this image. The bottom left is taken from the west side of Brewers Lane, facing the agricultural land to the west of the site. And the right-hand image is a view from High Road, looking south down Brewers Lane. To the left of the image is the application site, and to the right, the adjacent agricultural land. These images clearly show the openness of the junction and the lack of frontage development in the vicinity of the site. So to conclude, the application seeks approval for the erection of a 2-storey 4-bed dwelling and detached garage, hobby room and access on 241 High Road, Newton in the Isle. The application is a resubmission of an earlier application that was refused under delegated powers in May and remains unchanged from the previous scheme. Notwithstanding, the development is contrary to policies LP3 and LP12, given that the application site is on garden land and not within the continuous built-up frontage. Furthermore, the design, scale and position of the dwelling would be detrimental to the open landscape character of the junction and would create a dominant feature within the street scene. Hence, the application is recommended for refusal.
Yeah, thank you, Danielle. We have one speaker on this application. I'd like to invite Martin Williams. He's the agent to make his presentation to the committee. When you're nice and seat, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, I'm Martin Williams from Manpos Limited, agent for this application for the 4-bedroom house at High Road, Newton. Yes, the proposed site is almost surrounded by buildings. You can see that the proposed house sits comfortably on the plot while still leaving a large garden for 241.
There have been no objections by any of the consultees to this application or the previous one. There have been no letters of objection. There have been 8 letters of support, and Newton Parish Council have they approved it. And I'd just like to read what they said. The Parish Council considered this application at its recent meeting. Members noted that they had previously supported the first application. They also noted that every one of the responses from neighbours has been positive. The statutory consultees had not raised any concerns in relation to either application. This part of High Road is characterised by substantial individual detached dwellings, and the proposed dwelling would sit well within the street scene. The plot is one of a number of sites in this part of the village identified by the Parish Council as suitable for infill development. The Parish Council has raised a number of concerns regarding the proposals set out in the draft local plan and is awaiting an opportunity to discuss these with a senior planner. Paragraph 6.7 of the draft plan states, however, it is also recognised that smaller communities should benefit from an appropriate level of growth to ensure their long-term sustainability. This statement is at odds with the settlement proposals limiting growth in Newton to 6 dwellings over the next 18 years. The addition of individual dwellings on sites such as this will enhance the physical and social fabric of the village and contribute to its long-term sustainability. The Parish Council resolved to offer this application its full support. And so just to recap, we consultees are happy, no objecting letters and 8 letters in support. That's it.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Williams. Questions, clarifications to Mr. Williams? Can't see any burning desire at all. Thank you very much. You got off very lightly. Thank you. Members, questions to officers? No? No questions? Oh, Councillor Purser, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Jim. Does one memory serve me correctly in that this was actually refused before? What grounds we actually? Sorry, I'm missing. What's actually changed? Nothing. Okay.
You can, Councillor Davies.
I noticed that the hobby room has its own separate entrance. And I know it's a small space, but I just wonder whether it ought to be conditioned that it has to remain as such and can't be used for actual living accommodation.
Yeah.
Through you, Chairman, that perhaps seems to be maybe seems to be jumping the gun a little bit in terms of where we're at the moment. Yeah, but clearly, if members
through my mind, David,
if members were minded to grant the application and had a particular concern about that, then potentially that is something that could be conditioned.
Take that as a good spot.
Yeah.
To be fair, but there we go.
Just shows I think ahead.
Well, it was a question.
Well, it was actually very good. Anyway, so any question? Oh, Councillor Sutton, I nearly got carried away there. Thank you.
Yeah, just a question of officers. Can you just confirm that the development is within the curtilage of the existing dwelling?
Yes, it is associated garden land that is currently within the curtilage of that dwelling.
Any more questions to officers at all? No, no. Right, thank you very much. Members, it's open for debate. Who'd like to kick it off? Councillor Benny, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I know I don't come on the bus anymore. I was in Wisbeach yesterday and I had a little ride out to Newton. I went and had a look at this one and I had a ride around the village. And I can see where LP12 is one of the reasons for refusal. But I fail to see how LP3 is. There's a brand new build just the other side of the junction. And I had a little ride around the block. Russell Swan said to me in a meeting of some sort in this building many 4 or 4 years ago, you should read architecture and you should look at it and you should be able to tell when things were built by looking at it. And that stuck with me. And as I was driving around Newton having a look at it, there has been little bits of building and odd infills and houses from to me looks like from leather. There are some really old farm cottages. There are some that are built in the 70s. There are some that are built in the 80s, some that are built in the 90s, because you can look at the bricks and you can look at the style of building. And there's also quite a lot of new development seems to be going on there as well. So looking at that, I think to me, it looks like it's LP3. It is within the village. LP12, it's on the end. It does specify about it being not in a garden in LP12. But we built the other side of the T-junction. There's a great big house that's been built there. And through the whole village, it's got sporadic development of different one-off small houses all the way through it. LP16D, which is another reason for refusal. Looking at this, that's the subjective planning policy. One man's meat's another man's poison. So looking at that one, I really feel that this is to turn this one down. This is a positive development to the village. I can see nothing wrong with this one really, unless anybody can win me over and change my mind. But I look at this and I really feel I could support this application.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Benny, Councillor Sutton, please.
Thank you, Chairman. If you want an example of a local plan that is a real benefit to a village and its growth and its sustainability, you need to look at Doddington and the 1993 plan. Doddington was on its knees, dying. It didn't have hardly any groups. And it now has, several years ago, Councillor Welsher at that time was the chairman. I think he said they got something like 24 groups in there, 2 new shops opened up. And that was all because of the 93 plan allowed some development. Now, if you want to look at the other end of the scale and what a development plan can do the other way, then a fine example is Newton. No development in the 93 plan, very little development over the last 2 years either. And all we keep saying is it's not sustainable, not sustainable, not sustainable. The new local plan seems to be going in the same direction, unfortunately. I keep having my say. We shouldn't be looking at somewhere that's saying it's not sustainable. We should be saying how through the local plan do we make it sustainable, help make it sustainable. And as Newton Parish Council quite rightly said, they're very worried about only having 6 dwellings in the emerging local plan going forward. I think the small villages like Newton need all the help we can give them. I don't regard this as being demonstrably harmful in that setting, and I could quite easily go along with approval. I just think we've got to take on board more than what's in the plan. Not really in elsewhere. That's why my question was: is it in the curtilage? So I really can't see anything wrong with it. I respect what officers have come their conclusion. They've gone strictly to the plan and their interpretation of it, and I don't have any problem with that. And likewise, I guess that you will understand where we're coming from. But I could quite easily go along with passing this one. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Sutton. We're still open for debate. Councillor French.
Thank you. I remember several years ago, the same thing happened in Christchurch to keep the local shop open. I don't know if the shop's still open, but we certainly did that. To go back to what Councillor Benny said, LP3, LP12 and LP16. LP16E, it does not adversely impact on the amenity of neighbours using such for light noise pollution, provides sufficient private amenities suitable type. I would go along with the comments of Councillor. I'll go back to Councillor Davis. I liked her comment or her question, but I can't see any problem with this whatsoever.
Yep. Right, still in. Oh, right, Councillor Murphy.
Yeah, thanks very much. I'm afraid this is getting very much a thing which shouldn't be happening really, but I'm going to agree with Councillor Sutton again. and I haven't done that for years, and I keep doing it now, I don't know why. But I really can't see anything with this. I mean, it's a one building next to another one at the end of a road with nothing. But I can't see any reason why we shouldn't build on there. These sort of things do keep coming up all the while, and for one-offs, I can't see why I should be refuse them. I really can't. If it had been for a 10 or 12 in that part, yes, I would have said no, it's not wrong. But one off there is hurting nothing whatsoever. So I'll agree with him. We go ahead with it.
I'm getting a steer where this is going, but I'm still open for debate. Anybody want to add to that? No, right, that's it. Debate's finished then. No, we're coming in for officers. And officers, do you want to come in? It's nothing. So, right, so I'm looking for a proposal on the scheme now. Councillor Benny?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I'd like to propose we go against officers' recommendation on this one. My reasons are, I don't consider it's LP3 out in the open countryside. LP12, I see where the officers are coming on this, but in view of the fact that there's a new development, both the other side of where the dwelling on the plan is, and looking at the sporadic development throughout Newton, and I agree with Councillor Sutton, these villages need support. They need housing, and LP16. That's subjective as to whether you think it's detrimental or beneficial to the street line, and I think it could be as beneficial as it could be detrimental, probably more beneficial. So they're my reasons for going against officer's recommendation.
Point of order. You did say earlier on that you was looking for proposals.
I was. Old habits die hard, don't we? But this is I've got to steer where this is going, so I just tried to save a couple of minutes and a show of hands. But yes, you're absolutely right. So anyway, is that with conditions, Councillor Benny? Yeah, I'm going to have that in a minute. You are jumping the gun. So so let's get a bit semblance. So that you're happy with the conditions given to officers. Okay, seconder then, please, Councillor Meekins. So we've got a proposal to go against officer recommendation to approve this application, proposed by Councillor Benny, seconded by Councillor Meekins. Could we have a show of hands on that, please? With the conditions, we've already agreed the conditions. With that condition, and also could we add that condition what Councillor Davis has put in there, which I think she had a bit of hindsight. So thank you very much for that. So we'll quickly move on to agenda item number 8, F/YR 22 130 020. It's Danielle again. So when you're ready, Daniel, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Agenda item 8 seeks outline planning approval for the erection of up to 4 dwellings, with all matters reserved on land west of 27 Bennett Road, Doddington. This application is before members owing to the number of representations contrary to recommendation. May I initially draw members' attention to the update report circulated in respect of the application, outlining an email received from the agent that raised matters with regard to highway safety and environmental health amenity concerns. In response to the environmental health concerns, in addition to the update circulated to members, we have subsequently received a further email from a member of the environmental health team in response to the agent's email. This email states, and I shall quote, "I can confirm that whilst environmental health have not received any complaints since 2018 about noise from motocross and clay pigeon shooting associated with Washbrook Farm, queries from local residents regarding the enforcement of noise conditions that control the frequency with which the track is used for events continue to be received. So this remains very much a live issue for local residents." In addition, the council will be required to investigate complaints about noise from the motocross activities from these new properties. Given their proximity to the track and the current frequency of motocross events, any new noise survey may result in further restrictions being placed on the number of motocross activities currently allowed at the track to the detriment of the business operator. The outcome of this update and the email from Environmental Health is of no consequence to the recommendation. The application site is outlined in red and shown on the location plan. Go back one, please. Thank you. The site is within. Hold on. Okay, we're missing a slide. Apologies. You'll have to just assume the site, the location plan and aerial photo, but this is an aerial photo anyway, showing the site edged in red. As you can see, the site is within an area of undeveloped paddock land to the west of the built form of Doddington. The site is divorced from the main settlement and within an area of open countryside, again with sporadic residential development. So this shows the site in the wider context, with the main settlement of Doddington further east, Delfland nurseries to the southwest, and open countryside to the north, south and west. Washbrook Farm motocross site is positioned to the north of the slide. You can see the distance of the motocross site from the development site and the lack of potential noise barriers owing to the open countryside between the two locations. The application is outlined with no matters committed. So the indicative scheme submitted suggests the site will be bisected by a central field access with two pairs of dwellings sharing separate accesses as shown. The top left site photo shows the eastern side of the site with number 27 to the right hand side of the frame. The central top photo shows the existing site facing northwest. Top right is viewed from the access track at Washbrook Farm to the western boundary, looking east across the site to number 27. The bottom left image is taken from the offside of Benwick Road facing west. The hedging to the right is shown is the southern boundary of the existing site. And the bottom right is taken from the offside of Benwick Road facing east, with the dwelling number 25 shown nearest. So the scheme is an outline proposal for the erection of up to 4 dwellings with no matters committed. The site is undeveloped paddock land divorced from the main settlement of Doddington. Development on this land would encroach into the open countryside to the north and west of the settlement. The site is located approximately 320 metres south of Washbrook Farm motocross site, with limited barriers to noise between the two. As such, it's considered that the introduction of further sensitive development at the site would result in an unreasonable constraint to the viability and operation of the commercial venture at Washbrook Farm. Furthermore, the Highways Authority considered that the principle of providing safe and convenient access is unlikely to be achievable. As such, the application is recommended for refusal.
Thank you, Danielle. We have one speaker on this application. I'd now like to invite Ian Gowler, of course, he's the agent, to make his presentation to committee. You've got 5 minutes when you're ready to start, Mr. Gowler. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for your time this afternoon. As the officer mentioned, there are 3 reasons for refusal on this application. The initial response we had for the referral to committee only listed the open countryside as the original reason for refusal. The highways and noise was not made aware to us until we read the report last week. Obviously, they've issued the updated statement earlier. The first slide, however, it talks about the access. It's an outline application with all matters reserved, including the access. The first slide demonstrates that by moving the access slightly along the road, we are able to achieve the visibility display, which was requested by Highways in their comments. This was provided last week after we read the report. So it demonstrates that the access visibility can be achieved, which would be the details of which would be in the reserved matters application. Second reason for refusal on the second slide is based on the motocross track and shooting ground and the noise generated from that. The second slide, we've shown 2 developments that have been approved in the last few years where no concerns were raised by environmental health. The owners of the motocross track and shooting ground have provided a large acoustic barrier to their great expense to the edge of the site to reduce the noise to accepted levels for all residents along that area of Benwick Road. Otherwise, the use would not be allowed to be continued anyway. However, We would be happy as part of condition or reserve matters or both to provide an acoustic report and acoustic fencing, details of acoustic glazing to the dwelling if it's required, like you would get on a busy highway or railway line development. That where the noise is actually more consistent than this sporadic noise generated at the track. The last slide relating to building in the open countryside and it being a remote location. The last slide shows other developments that have been allowed recently on Primrose Hill. These developments are very similar distance from the centre of the village to our proposed development. The proposed site already has a footpath to the frontage, the streetlights along Bennett Road, both similar to the developments approved along Primrose Hill. Policy LP 12A states development will be supported where the site is adjacent to the existing developed footprint of the village. We feel this is part of the original developed footprint of Doddington. With the exception of a small livery along Askham, there is no break in development along this side of the road. Therefore, this site is adjacent to the existing developed footprint. Therefore, is not an extension to other recently approved sites. What are extensions on extensions on extensions? We therefore hope members will support the approval of this application with relevant conditions with access and noise if required. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gowler. Members, questions to Mr. Gowler, please, clarifications, anything you want? Can't see anybody. No, thank you very much. Members, questions to officers? Councillor
I'll go on
French.
then. Yeah, the planning officer did read out a very lengthy update on the environmental. I probably didn't catch it all. Are there still a lot of complaints coming in about Washbrook Farm and its activities?
So through you, Chair, the environmental health team said since the 2018 application, which Mr. Gowler showed sort of at the other end of the application site, the other end of the road there, they haven't had any specific complaints. However, they have had lots of queries about the conditions through which Washbrook Firm have to operate and whether they are operating within those conditions and making sure they are. So whilst they haven't had specific complaints, it's definitely in the forefront of residents' minds with regard to the noise.
But that actually is Washbrook Farm, it's not this application.
No, that's right. He didn't specify in his response as to where those residents are located in relation to Washbrook Farm. It is assumed and insinuated that it is the residents nearest to Washbrook Farm, which is the application site would be to the west of.
I know years ago there were many complaints, but as you say, since 2018, I believe they have subsided.
Okay, any more questions to officers? No. Okay, thank you. Right, members, can we debate the application? Councillor Meekins, well done for kicking it off. Thank you.
Yeah, this is one of these funny ones, I think, that if I didn't want to be disturbed on a Sunday morning by people either shooting clay pigeons or riding motorbikes around a track, would I buy a house that was relatively close to one of those activities? And to say, you know, the lady at the end said that there hadn't been any proper complaints about Washbrook Farm for several years, but it was uppermost in the minds of the residents. Well, it cannot be that particularly bad if they're not actually complaining about it. And I say it's like, you know, moving to next to a church and complaining about the bells on a Sunday. I can't see that that's any reason to say that you're going to refuse this application because someone might complain about the noise. It's bizarre.
No, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. I have to say, Councillor Sutton, please. Thank you.
Yeah, it is a fair point, but it's a very real concern going forward. And why would we want to even? I mean, that's only one part of the reason for refusal, and perhaps the weaker part, maybe in my opinion. But I think officers have got this one right. It is getting too far out of the village. It's only maybe last meeting or 2 meetings ago, we refused for just a little bit further down the road. So if we went against officers this time, how can we justify the 4 down the road? You know, it sort of, to keep consistent, I think officers have got it right, and I should be supporting their recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
Still in debate. Anybody want to add to that?
Well,
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
know that unlike the last application, the parish council are very much in favour of it. This application, the parish council are very much against it.
Noted. That's noted, obviously. Anybody else want to continue this debate at all? No, you're not going again. That's fine. Right, so that's the end of the debate then. So, officers, would you like to sum this up?
Thank you, Chairman. Just to come back on something that was sort of mentioned during the debate is that this isn't quite a situation of buyer beware. I think it's buyer beware if planning permission's granted, fair enough. But yeah, we're in this position whereby we've been advised that there is a significant noise source nearby, which may well have detrimental impact on the occupiers of these proposed dwellings. So it is quite a different situation that we're faced. Thank you, Chairman.
Initially looking for a proposal to go with officer recommendation to refuse the planning division. Have I got one of those? So it's Councillor Sutton. So we've got a proposal by Councillor Sutton to go with officer's recommendation to refuse this application. Have you a seconder? Councillor Mayor. Okay. Okay. So we've got a proposal to go with officer's recommendation to reject this application, proposed by Councillor Sutton, seconded by Councillor May. Can we have a show of hands on that proposal, please? Those against? 2. The application has been refused. Thank you. So we'll nip quickly to, before we have a 5-minute break, we'll do this one. I'll now hand over to Daniela once again to present application FYR 22-13-17F, agenda item number 9. So busy afternoon for you, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Right, agenda item 9 seeks full planning approval for the erection of a single-storey 2-bed dwelling, including the formation of an access off Brocking Drove on land south of the Grange, London Road in Chatteris. The application is before members today owing to the number of representations contrary to recommendation. The application site is shown banded in red on the location plan and aerial photo. The site is within garden land associated with the host dwelling known as the Grange and is proposed to be accessed by a newly formed access formed off Stocking Drove. The site is essentially backland development, as the majority of the other development in the vicinity that's frontage access from London Road, save for a formal agricultural building that is now in use as a storage and distribution building for a reclaimed tiles business, carpet tile business. This slide shows how the existing site will be segregated to make room for the proposed bungalow to the southeast of the host dwelling. This shows details, floor plans and elevations, and a street scene diagram as viewed from Stocking Drove. The site photos show the top left is the substantial host dwelling from Stocking Drove, so that is the Grange on the top left. The top right looks south down Stocking Drove, and as you can see, the agricultural barn that is now used for the carpet tile business is on the right hand side of the image. The bottom left image shows the existing garden land to be utilised for the dwelling, and the bottom right shows the adjacent pasture and open countryside to the south of the development site. The scheme seeks full planning approval for the erection of a single-storey dwelling on garden land associated with the Grange, with a new access proposed on Stocking Drove. The development site does not represent the settlement hierarchy as it is located outside of the built framework of Chatteris in a backland position. Development of this land would encroach into the countryside contrary to LP3, LP12 and LP16D within an unsustainable location. The proposed dwelling would also result in low levels of residential amenity owing to a shortfall in private amenity space set aside from the new dwelling, contrary to LP16H. As such, the recommendation is to refuse.
Yep, thank you very much. We have Danielle. Okay, once again, I'd like to invite Matthew Hall, of course, he's the agent, to make his presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. Members will have noted within the officer's report that all the consultees support this application and there's been no objections. The applicants have lived at this site for 36 years and are attached to this area of Chatteris. Mr. Dixon was a school teacher in various areas of Cambridgeshire for over 25 years and is now retired. Mrs. Dixon previously worked at Doddington School for 15 years, and Mrs. Dixon is currently a volunteer for Chatteris Community Car Scheme and has been for 6 years. Could we have the map on the screen, please? Thank you. So this is a map of this area. The application site we're looking at is hatched in red. Since 2013, there's been 8 dwellings approved in this area. The large turquoise area that's shaded is Chatteris Garden Centre that was redeveloped. Of those dwellings approved since 2019, 5 of those were approved. All of these dwellings have been approved by the planning committee. You can see place around all this site. The officer's report, as we've heard from Danielle, considers this site to be in an elsewhere location and not part of Chatteris. Given the planning history, the map that I've shown and 5 dwellings approved since 2019 under this local plan, the planning committee have consistently taken the view that this area is to be part of Chatteris. All the landscaping can be agreed with the officer if the application is approved as part of a condition, including garden areas. This site is within the curtilage of the existing building and is single story and small scale. The proposal is to support Chatteris Town Council. There's no objections from Cambridgeshire County Council Highways. It's in flood zone 1. There's no neighbouring objections, and it's in an area where there's been numerous other approvals given. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Hall. Questions, clarifications, members? Councillor Benny, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Hall, I look at the reasons for refusal on this now. It's reason 4. That it hasn't got enough private amenity space. How far short of that? Is there anything you can do to amend that? Or
On the site plan that Danielle brought up on the screen, obviously we've shown private amenity area to the rear, but also at the front, there's areas there that can also be used within that, what we consider to be private amenity as well. So we're happy to work with the officer that we could easily get. The shortfall, I think, we've shown 30% and the requirement is 33%. So we're 3% short. That's my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions to Mr. Hall? No, thank you very much for that. Members, questions, clarifications for officers? No, right, so members, we're open for debate. So who'd like to kick this off? Councillor Murphy, please, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Our unsustainable position. If you looked at that map up there, there's so many things around that area. If they're all unsustainable, why are they there and why are they flourishing? I don't consider that as a backland development, because the simple reason is it is no farther down Sutton Gold than the road which is doing the carpet shop, carpet place there. It's exactly the same as that. It doesn't poke out into the countryside. It's in a great place to do it. Opposite side of the road is being developed all the while. And there's no reason why this side of the road shouldn't do as well, because it is in a prime position. It's not an unsustainable site. People live there, they enjoy living out there, and I think this should be passed and approved.
Okay, councillor Murphy. Councillor Benny, thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, that's heard one Chatteris councillor, and here comes the other one.
We didn't think you could keep up quite for very long, councillor Benny. Thank you.
Save me up today. Councillor Murphy he's having a day of agreeing with people today. He was agreeing with Councillor Sutton earlier, and I actually agree with him today. So things are looking up for us. We've seen the map up there. We have passed so much stuff around this area. Not to pass this today. We've got to be consistent in what we do, and also the big building that was a little bit further out of town is West End DIY or Seasons Garden Centre. I mean, that's brought people to that end. There's a footpath that runs all the way along London Road right up to this house. So to me, we've just passed in Newton on LP3, LP12 and LP16. And I think we need to be consistent on this one today. It's the same reasons LP3. I mean, I'll give you the reasons if you want me to propose. Maybe I'm trying to hurry things along. But I agree with Councillor Murphy. I mean, this one, there is nothing wrong with this application whatsoever.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Benny. Anybody else want to add to this debate? Councillor Sutton, thank you.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether I can support it or not at this time, because the officers are consistent in their recommendations. All those that dwellings that was pointed out by the agent was recommended for refusal, if I remember rightly, and they was overturned by this committee. But the one difference between those and this, all those other dwellings was sitting on London Road, and this one is not. This is backland development. For whatever Councillor Murphy says, it's backland. It can't be anything else. So I don't know. I'm going to listen to what other people say. I'm not so sure that it's. I'm not so sure it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Okay, obviously your decision. Right, still in debate. Anybody want to add to those? Councillor Meakin and then Councillor Scolding.
I think we just got to go back to, I think Councillor Benny mentioned it. I mean, it seems to be very, very similar to the one we just approved in Newton. Very, very similar indeed. We had the map with all the development that's been put along there in recent years. And as Councillor Sutton said, initially officers refused them and it came to the committee and the committee approved them. And I think that's what we should do in this case as well.
Councillor Scolding.
More or less what I was going to say, but I'll add, it's on a corner and there's a road to it, Stocking Lane. So it's not backland because you can get to it for a different access. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else want to add to the debate? No, finished. Officers, would you like to sum up? Thank you. Please, David.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think I'll probably, to quote Councillor Connor, know which way this one is maybe going, but I'll have a stab at it anyway. I think I'm not so sure that it's quite as similar to the one at Newton that the committee granted a couple of items ago. Just in terms of its character, its nature, and indeed its sort of I suppose the size of the application site and the proposal, which is obviously formed one of the reasons for the refusal. I think also, while there have been permissions granted by the committee in this area, they have been on sort of fronting London Road. And I think the danger that you potentially end up with here is, you know, sort of setting a precedent for development going down Stocking Drove. And I think, as we probably said before at committee, you almost end up in a position where you're going to risk having this kind of development poker taking place of, well, I'll see your one house and raise you two, and then that happens down the road, and before we know where we are, as at White Road, East Street, we've got sort of half a dozen new dwellings. So all I can say is that you know, as far as I'm concerned, the officer recommendation is absolutely sound. the previous permissions on London Road don't necessarily set a precedent for this particular case, and neither does the permission that members granted at Newton earlier.
Okay, I still got a feeling, I know where this is going, and I'm going to cut corners. So I'm just going to ask quickly for a proposer on this, please. Councillor Benny. Yeah. I don't mind doing it, but it's just. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so we've got a proposal to go with officer's recommendation to refuse this application with councillor Sutton. Have we got a second to councillor Sutton for you? I think I was right first time, don't you? Okay, that's failed. So I'm looking for another. I'm looking for another proposal now, please, councillor Benny.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I'd like to propose we go against officer's recommendation and approve this application.
Conditions, please.
LP3, I don't consider it is outside Chatteris. We had this debate some time ago. The sign for Chatteris is at the bottom of Ferry Hill. In terms of LP16 and LP12, they're both subjective, and I just disagree with the officers in terms of subjective opinion. And the only thing is, Mr. Hall, if he could sort out his extra 3% on his amenity space for the fourth reason with officers, which he says he could do, then I'd be happy for that to be approved.
Okay, so sorry.
I just, Chairman, want to check. Sorry, forgive me, Chairman.
No worries. No worries.
Juggling that many things today.
Absolutely.
On this one. So I think the point that David was whispering in my ear is that this is a full application, and therefore, unless you change the scale of the dwelling, etc., you're not going to be able to achieve the 33. Because that's fixed by virtue of giving planning permission. So it's a question of whether or not you're accepting that it's 3% short.
In that case, then I would accept that 3% is negligible, and I would still approve it. They'll just have to have a few less pot plants in the garden.
Okay, that's fine. A novel way of looking at it, but there we go. So we've got another counter proposal to go against officer recommendation to approve this. Councillor Benny's proposed it. Who we got a seconder for this? Oh, okay. Councillor Murphy seconded it. Can we all go to a show of vote on that? Those against? Any abstention? Well, there can't be any abstention. So that application has been approved with those conditions, or whatever conditions seem appropriate. So we're finished. This is 9 minutes. So now we'll have a 5-minute break while the officers do go about their business, and we'll be back promptly in 5 minutes. Please, thank you. Thank you, members. I'm just going to quickly hand over to Nikki Carter, Senior Development Officer here at Fenland, to present application FYR 22-09940, agenda item number 10. So thank you, Nikki.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, may I draw members' attention to an update report which has been circulated. Agenda item 10 is an outline application for one dwelling with matters committed in relation to access. A similar application on this site was refused in April 2020 due to the constrained nature of the site, resulting in development at odds with the prevailing character and inadequate information in relation to ecology. These issues still remain. The application site is indicated in red on the location plan and aerial photograph. It is accessed via Lake Close to the north and consists of an area of undeveloped land with a number of trees. An indicative site plan is shown here. It should be noted that only access is being permitted. However, due to the constraints of the site, this is considered to be the only realistic form of development achievable. An indicative street scene is shown here in the context of the surrounding dwellings. Photos 1 and 3 show the application site itself with the retained access to West End, and photos 2 and 4 the vicinity of the site in relation to the surrounding dwellings. Due to the constrained nature of the site, the proposal would result in a development at odds with the prevailing character of the area and ultimately have an adverse impact on the street scene. Furthermore, the submitted ecology appraisal identified features which may be used as valuable bat commuting habitat and recommended further surveys. No such surveys have been forthcoming. Unless such, the application fails to demonstrate that no harm will be created or identify any necessary mitigation measures. As such, it is recommended to refuse the application with reason for refusal 2 amended as per the update.
Thank you, Nikki. We have one speaker on this application. I'd like to invite Shana Jackson. Of course, she's the agent, to make her presentation in committee. When you're nice and seated, you have 5 minutes also. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak in support of this application. As you just heard, the scheme is for a single dwelling and is submitted in outline with only matters of access committed. The application site is within the built-up area of March, which is a primary market town. The local plan states that such locations are the focus for new development. This is arguably one of the most sustainable places in the whole of the district, and there should be a presumption in favour of developing this site. However, the scheme is before you with 2 recommended reasons for refusal, which include character and biodiversity issues. With regards to character, I acknowledge that the immediate surrounding area includes semi-detached and terraced housing, and that this would be for a detached dwelling. However, just because it's detached doesn't mean that it's harmful. I'd argue that it's more harmful to leave a vacant site unkempt within an existing residential area where there are strong sustainability arguments which support housing on this site. In any case, there are examples of detached properties to the north and south of the site, which can be seen in the Fenland location plan as per page 183 of your agenda pack. There is scope within the site to build a high quality dwelling, which provides sufficient garden land and parking in accordance with adopted standards. The proposal would enhance this site, which currently has a negative appearance within the street scene. With regards to biodiversity, I'm aware that the ecology report provided as part of the application is a preliminary report only, and that a full report is recommended. The preliminary report was intended to scope out the site's potential and to ascertain whether it's physically capable of accommodating the proposed development. We've always been aware that a full report would be necessary for the development before the development takes place. However, it would have been unreasonable for me to put the applicant to the great expense of commissioning a full report when he did not yet have the comfort that the council would support the scheme in principle. The preliminary report does not preclude development on this site. Instead, it recommends that further bat surveys are carried out, and it's important to note that the wildlife officer has not categorically dismissed the principle of development for ecological reasons. To note, there are no features on the site which would accommodate bats. It's the trees on the neighbouring land which would have the potential to accommodate the bats. If members are minded to support the application, we'd happily instruct for the full report to be carried out. And I feel it's only reasonable that we have the comfort that the application will be granted before commissioning a further report, which will cost thousands of pounds. I'm aware that officers have placed conditions to secure bat surveys on other applications and see no reason why this would be any different. The benefit of this being an outline application is that there's still the opportunity to include detailing within the scheme to accommodate bats if required by the ecology report. There are strong reasons to support this application, which include that it provides housing within a wholly sustainable location, which is supported by policy LP3. The form and character issues are subjective, given that there are other detached dwellings within the area, and I would argue that there would be no harm caused to the character and visual amenities of the street scene, and as such no conflict with policy LP16. Having been given the comfort that the application will be supported, we'll gladly provide the additional information to build on what's already been provided and to enable the biodiversity objection to be overcome. I hope you're able to see the merits of this case and grant planning permission accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Now, I would like members to ask questions if or clarification to Mrs. Jackson, if you've got any. Thanks. Councillor Sutton, thank you.
Hello, Mrs. Jackson. Welcome back to the Fenland Hall. You stated in your presentation that on page 183, there is clear examples of other dwellings like this. I'm looking at page 183, but I'm struggling to find anything anywhere remotely like that. And most of them are terraced and pairs. Very few detached, and even if they are detached, much bigger. Where do you steer me to see something that is?
I think it's the principle of having something detached. So what I would say is in that area, there are detached dwellings. It's not strictly semi-detached and terrace housing. There are other properties which are detached. And I think you can see them in the wider sort of locality. I do agree though that they're not as small as this site. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Right, any more questions? No burning desire from anybody I can't see? Yeah, no. Thank you very much. Members, questions to officers, please, if you have any. No, okay, fine, that's fine. Members, we are in debate. I'd like to start by asking somebody to kick this off. Oh, sorry, Nick, sorry. Sorry, thank you, Councillor Mayor.
Yeah,
you should have poked me
I
back.
appreciate I've not been asked the question, but just to highlight that you can't grant planning permission subject to a further ecological assessment in relation to the bats, because having granted planning permission and you find something significant, you can't then have that styming the fact that you've given planning permission for a development. So
nullifies it.
If as suggested by the wildlife officer, the bat survey needs to be done, that informs whether or not to grant planning permission in the first place. Because if you leave it too late, it doesn't matter what they find, you can't prevent the implementation of the development.
Yeah, sorry about that. Thank you, Councillor Mayor, but there was no questions for office, so I took it there wasn't. We could move on, but we are where we are. Did you want to ask a question to officers or no? You've got your pen up. Okay, that's fine. So we're moving to debate now. Who wants to kick this debate off? Councillor Scolding, thank you.
Yeah, I think they got it right this time. I think it is too tight. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Purser.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, there's two stroke 3 points I'd like to make on this. I think the officers have got it absolutely right. But I think it's, on the one hand, as Councillor Scolding said, it's too tight just there. I also quite concerned the fact that the West End itself and also the narrow little road going down to it at the back, I think it'd be a bit too tight for getting construction traffic and down there and what have you as well. And I think I just don't think it's actually possible to do it like that. That's my thoughts.
Yeah, that's fine. Councillor Sutton, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Postage stamp springs to mind. I think on the site visit, we did have some discussion about the width of it, and even David was, yeah, sort of a little bit iffy as to exactly where we was going, but he did scale it off at 6 meters of there or thereabouts. Always difficult to get it exactly right with the scale, but I did return this morning
with your tape measure, I hope.
with my tape measure,
Thank you.
and it is 6 meters, and it's, you know, I would have said that if the owners, you know, had a little bit of a deal with the land next door, brought back something a little bit more, you know, in keeping with there, like a pair or something like that, wouldn't have any problem with it, and I doubt very much officers would. So I just think it's too. There are some places where it's just not right to be developing, and I think this is one of them. You know, there's probably not many, but this is one of them.
Okay, that's fine. Anybody else at all want to add to this debate? No? No, closing the debate. Would you like to sum up?
Through you, Chairman, I think just to come to my own defence, in terms of the site visit, will just hold my hands up that in 20 odd years doing this job, I've never come across a proposed sort of building plot as narrow as this. Hence my sort of uncertainty regarding the site layout.
To be fair, I absolutely agree with David. I got it wrong as well when I had a look at it. But we're all fallible, aren't we? And that's the way it goes. And that's why it's here today, because unfortunately I got it wrong. But there we go. So, right. So anyway, so sorry, Councillor Sutton.
I think that just shows how important the site visits are.
Absolutely.
Because had not blown my own trumpet, but had I not been there, you may have come away with a different view of what that site was actually about. And I was pressing on you that I believed that where the boundary was, and that's where it turned out to be. So
you can never be accused of blowing your own trumpet, Councillor Sutton, can you? That's a definite. So anyway, I'm looking for a proposer. Councillor Scolding, what are you proposing? Okay. Have you got a seconder? Councillor Mayor, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Purser. So anyway, so we've got a officer recommendation to refuse this application. It's proposed by Councillor Scolding, seconded by Councillor Mayor. Can we have a show of hands on that proposal, please? Against? Yeah, sorry, you did. That's so long ago, wasn't we? Forgotten. Yeah, so the application has been refused. Thank you, Councillor French. Thank you. Right, so that is that. You move to application number 11. Nikki's going to present that. Agenda item FYR 220890F. Nikki again, please. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
You are indeed. Yes, please. Yes, please. Just for clarification and transparency. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, may I draw members' attention to an update report which has been circulated. Agenda item 11 is a full application for 4 dwellings involving works to Mill Hill Lane. The site has been subject to a previous outline application for 4 dwellings on a slightly smaller site, which was refused by Planning Committee in June 2021. In relation to heritage impacts, the significant detrimental impact on the character of the area, and Mill Hill Lane being considered unsuitable for further development. The application site is indicated in red on the location plan and aerial photograph. It is located on the eastern side of Mill Hill Lane, a single track road in a poor state of repair, which is also a public byway. The site itself is grassed paddock land, and there's an existing gated access with trees and hedges to the boundaries. To the northeast is the adjacent Grade 2 listed building of Owl Barn Lodge, which is highlighted on the location plan. The proposed layout is indicated here. Blocks 2 to 4 are proposed to be accessed via the existing block paved and gravel private road, with block 1 accessed directly from Mill Hill Lane. The red lines indicate the approximate extent of works proposed to the lane. Proposed floor plans and elevations for plots 1 and 2 are shown here, and plots 3 and 4 on this slide. The top photos show Mill Hill Lane leading towards the site, and the lower photos the existing private road, which would serve 3 of the plots. These photos show the application site and surroundings, including the existing field access. There are no issues to address in relation to residential amenity or flood risk, and tree and hedge impacts are considered acceptable, subject to conditions. However, the proposal is located outside the defined edge of the built form and is considered an incursion into the open countryside, which would erode the open character and rural nature of the area to its significant detriment. This erosion of the undeveloped backdrop to the adjacent listed building is considered to have a negative effect on its setting, which is not sufficiently outweighed. Mill Hill Lane is a single track in a poor state of repair, and there is no separate pedestrian and cycle path. Hence, the access is shared and narrow. This existing infrastructure is not considered suitable for further development. The proposed works to Mill Hill Lane are not considered adequate to mitigate this and may not be achievable. The recommendation is therefore to refuse the application with the omission of refuse and refusal 4 as per the update.
Yeah, well, thank you once again, Nikki. We have one speaker on this application. I'd now like to invite Craig Brand, of course, he's the agent, to make his presentation to the committee. You have also got 5 minutes. Thank you. Absolutely, yeah. Thank you. And then obviously your 5 minutes will start once we get the first slide up. Thank you. Time starts now. Thank you.
Right. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of my client's application. Many of you will recall this application site coming before you 20 months ago. Concerns were raised last time regarding the state of the potholed public byway and the first plot not abutting Mill Hill Lane, which could have possibly led to a further application for building plots. This application still seeks approval for 4 executive self-build plots on a slightly larger site that now abuts Mill Hill Lane and includes within the application red line the repairing of the byway to address the committee's previous concerns. The site represents a very small fraction of the broad location for March's future growth south of Knights End Road, between Wimblington Road and the A141. Approval of the application will not affect a broad concept plan for the area. As approved minor application F/YR15/0961/F mentioned in section 10.2 did not. The existing countryside view of the applicant's field from the private road will be lost, as it will be by the future development of the broad location for growth. The grade 2 listed barn, which you've shown on that plan as being the whole building shaded in red, is inaccurate. It's only the front section, because there's a post-war agricultural extension and also is screened by the owner's overgrown hedge, with the applicants also having willow trees within their site screening out the listed barn. Development of the application site has less impact on the listed barn setting than the new houses on Mulberry Close and Birch Lodge, which were judged not to affect the barn setting. The countryside public footpath, which is next to the plots, provides safe access for pedestrians and cyclists to Knights End Road. Manual for streets requires a minimum width of 4.1 metres for 2 cars to pass each other. The application proposes to make the repaired byway 4.6 metres in width to allow cars to easily pass each other, or a home delivery van to pass a car. The Highway Department in section 5.5 of the report has no objection to 4 additional dwellings, and the definitive map team also raised no objections to the proposal, and all residents welcome the repair of the byway. My client is happy for a pre-commencement condition as recommended by officers at the end of section 2.10.23 to cover the byway repair works. Mr. Pucklington, the owner of the private road and currently approved vacant plot, is with me today and can confirm a maintenance agreement already exists between the 3 current users of the private access road, which will become 6 if the application is approved. My client is also happy for a construction management plan condition as recommended in 10.28, along with the conditions recommended by the tree officer and wildlife officer. Approval of the application will complete an executive cul-de-sac of bespoke self-built houses and provide a stop line to future incremental development in Mill Hill Lane without affecting the broad location for growth. Thank you for listening.
Yep, thank you very much, Mr. Brand. Members, questions, clarifications to Mr. Brand? No, can't see anything. Thank you very much for that. Members, questions, clarifications to officers? Councillor Sutton, thank you.
Yeah, given that this is in the broad concept plan area, if we read this as fact, then anything coming forward in that broad concept plan area is going to bump into the same potential issues with the listed building as these 4. So are we saying that the broad concept area will only go so far because, you know, it interferes with, or will that be different? I'm a little bit confused as to how that BCP will work out if we're saying this development affects that barn, and Mr. Brand is absolutely right that building isn't all listed because it has got an agriculture bit back on it, because I went down there the last application and it's clearly just a lean-to on the back of it. So, you know, it isn't all listed. Well, I wouldn't think a lean-to barn will be listed anyway, let's put it that way. But I'm just a little bit confused as to what will happen when the whole area comes there, because it surely has to apply to the broad concept area as well as this. Am I making sense or not?
Well, I can't help you, but I know a man who can.
Thank you, Chairman. I probably won't be that confident myself, but I'll give it a whirl. So policy LP9 of the local plan, where it talks about the Southwest March Broad location for growth, makes specific reference to the setting and character of Barn Owl Lodge should be retained, as well as views of St Wendreda Church should be preserved. So as part of if a broad concept plan was to come forward, there would have to be some recognition within that of a sort of a buffer area or a separation area being included to protect the setting of the listed building as specified in policy. I think just to pick up on the other element of your question, and I think to perhaps slightly correct something which Mr. Brand has said, it's something of a common misconception that kind of part of a building, the facade or whatever it may be, can be listed. Essentially, the building is listed in its entirety. Whether it's only the front element that's of significance or not, the entire building is listed.
It does seem a little bit strange to me, but there. did you want to come back there? Or have you done it to death? No, you can't add any more, so that's goodness me. Councillor
Yeah,
French, thank you.
if I can assist Councillor Sutton, yes, when many years ago, when the barn was converted into a dwelling, it was listed grade 2, and I remember, sadly, the owner has now died, Mr. Hearn. But it is a listed building, and it included the bit at the back as well. I know it doesn't make sense, but it is, and I remember the problems that Mr. Hearn had when he was actually doing the conversion. So yeah, it certainly is a listed building, even although I agree with you, that bit shouldn't be.
Okay, right. Councillor Bennett, is question to officers.
Yeah, I remember this coming up when it came before planning committee before. I mean, we turned this down on the road.
Well, that was one of the reasons why we turned it down.
I don't remember that the listed barn was a reason for turning it down.
Yeah, it was on there.
Was it?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. But the road was a major.
The road was the main stumbling block.
I can remember, I remember Councillor French offering the applicant some planings from county council to make the road up. Anyway, we're talking, but that will be for another day, but questions to officers. Finished?
My question was, I only remember it being turned down on the roadway. And if that was all we turned it down on, then that would be the only issue we'd have to get over today. Because that was my recollection. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Through you, Chairman, the previous reasons for refusal are set out at 9.2 of the officer report. The first reason for refusal relates to setting and character of Albarn Lodge. The second reason for refusal talks about local distinctness and character of the area. And the third reason for refusal relates to Mill Hill Lane.
Okay, so I hope that clarifies everything up. So we're still in officers. Anybody want to ask any more questions, clarification to officers? No burning desire. So we're looking now for debating the application. Who'd like to kick that off? Councillor French, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I'm glad David reminded us of the previous refusal. I mean, when Mill Hill Lane first had applications approved, it was fine. We seem to be going further and further and further down Mill Lane. It's never going to be adopted. The road is absolutely shocking. I don't have a big problem with the barn. I think it's far enough away, but that's a different thing. Councillor Conrad, absolutely right. In 2017, when I became a county councillor, we had the opportunity of helping people. Mill Lane was one of them, and Linwood, but none of them took up the opportunity. So they could have fixed that. They had to do the work, but they were going to get the planings. I can't actually see anything that's changed since the last application was refused.
Okay. Councillor Sutton. We're in debate, yeah.
Well, the change is that the applicant is prepared to put you're complaining about the state of the road, and the applicant is now putting that right. I don't see this really any different to the earlier one in Chatteris.
Through you, Mr.
Through the
Chairman.
development, you're getting some improvement in the road, like we're getting improvement in the flooding in Chatteris. So
Through you, Mr. Chairman, if that is correct, and it's a cast iron condition, that road will be improved. But we've seen it before. It's happened. We've had our lights lifted before. The houses down there, I have to say, are lovely houses, well built, etc. It's just the roadway is a disgrace.
Yeah, but before I bring Councillor Mayor in, the applicant has said he will do the road up and obviously make good the byway. So if it is approved, if this application is approved, now going forward, and I think we'll have to make that into a really cast iron condition.
I can just come back. It is a public right of way and a public byway.
Yeah.
And they must not be blocked at any time whatsoever.
Absolutely, absolutely. Councillor Mayor, then Councillor Purser.
Well, you've taken my thunder because nobody had mentioned the word byway until you just said it, and then you said it, and that is what it is. It isn't a road as such, is it? It's a byway. And that is there's differences. I'm sorry.
Or it does say that the county council will maintain the byway. It's.
Well, they don't, and I can assure you they don't. We've got one near me.
But that's for another day. Councillor Purser.
No, yeah, thank you, Jim. Yeah, taking consideration what was actually said, you know, as Councillor French said that the road down there is absolutely shocking. Having said that, on the other side of it, I have friends that live down roads, other separate roads in March, which are equally shocking, but it's their choice and their decision to actually live down there. If they want to build the houses down, they want to live down those shocking roads, that's up to them to do so. What, you know, who are we to stop them?
Councillor French, you'd like to come back?
Yeah, there is a policy at County Council which is moving rapidly forward about upgrading public rights of way. So that is already on the cards to be done. But you know, if the applicant is, you know, really serious, the road is shocking. If that's a cast iron guarantee, I wouldn't have a problem supporting it.
Okay, we're still in debate. Anyone who want to add to it? Oh, Councillor Ben. Oh,
Chairman, may
you can.
briefly highlight that the previous reason for refusal and the one before you today isn't just about the condition of the roadway, it's about its width, lack of footway, etc. What I'm conscious of is that we have previously refused applications down equally narrow, I think it was that public highway. So so yeah, just to highlight that to you.
Okay, that's noted. Then Councillor Benny. I haven't forgotten you.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Didn't think it would. I mean, we passed. I think it was 3 houses more or less opposite this that had an equally narrow access to it, didn't it? You were on holiday at the time, Mr. Chairman. Do you remember? Yeah, I mean, that had a very narrow, that was bent side to side, and you could get a car down it. So, I mean, to me, the main reason for turning this down last time and all the debate around this was around the highway. And if the agent is prepared to give a cast iron guarantee, and I would like to see that, that could be a condition, whether they put the base down and then put the topping on when they're finished, or some way to come up with guaranteeing that we get that. I could support this application today.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good idea, Councillor Benny. Really, but Councillor Percy, you're coming back. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Yeah, just going on to what Councillor Benny said, I completely totally agree with him. Yeah, I think that's as they said that they're going to better that road, then that takes away the reason for refusal anyway. It's my mind.
We can when we have a sum up, officers can obviously they can cobble something together on a condition that that's done or something like that. But it's not going to be an easy fix, is it? So we're still in debate. Anybody else want to? Oh, Councillor Meekins, thank you.
Yeah, if it's a public byway, who actually owns it, and are they not responsible for maintaining it? So how can an individual say they're going to repair a road if it's owned by the county? That's sorry, it's a question. Anybody can answer that.
They've got gist of the question, so they can answer that after the debate. Anybody else want to add to the debate? I'm going to close now.
Yeah.
Councillor Person again, and Councillor Mayor.
Yeah, getting the
Person, Councillor Mayor.
Going to what Councillor Meekins said there. Unless I got it wrong, when I was listening to this earlier, did they not say it's actually an adopted road at the moment? It's a byway. Yeah, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Mayor.
And that byway is only single track. That's what you've got to think about. Keep building these houses down there. You need a proper highway. And is there room to make it a proper highway? Whatever, you know. I just think that's something that I have got knowledge of in my locality, and I would not want to build 3, 4, 5, however many you want to build executive houses, which is what they're going to be down that road. Highway.
I'll just interject there before I take Councillor French and Councillor Benny. There is people. I think there's another 2 dwellings further down than that have been there many years. On the left hand side, I don't think there's anything on the right as we go down, but certainly there's 2 on the left. But Councillor French and then Councillor Benny.
If you actually read the report, please note this is a byway. We will only maintain it to a standard that is used for walkers, equestrian and cyclists, and the authority will only maintain it to that level.
Yeah, councillor Benny.
The agents, as Mr. Brand has said, that they will make the road up. I mean, is this something that can be done by Mr. Brand? Can he make the road up in conjunction with Cambs County Council? Because County Council are very, very bad at sorting roads out, as we all know, driving through the fens. And you know, if they've got an offer of somebody who's going to come and fix it for free, they should grab it with both hands and say thank you very much. So if Mr. Brand on behalf of the applicant is prepared to make that up, I think there's certainly betterment to Mill Lane.
Just before I bring councillor Davies in, then I'll bring Nick in a minute. But obviously there is the maintenance of it as well. Sorry? Well, are they going to maintain it? That's the point I'm making. But I'll bring in Nick, and then I'll bring in more councillor Davies. Sorry, all Davies.
Thank you, through you, Chairman. In terms of the highway, I think there's probably 2 or 3 issues that just need to be clarified. The first is that this isn't, or the application isn't proposing the upgrade of the entirety of Mill Lane from Knights End Road to the application site. It's only proposing to upgrade approximately 65 metres of Mill Hill Lane, basically from the boundary of number 5 as set out in the report to the access serving plot 1. So it's 65 metres, not the entire thing. I think the second issue is that relates to works to the public byway, and consequently any works to that will have to be approved by the county council. And as Councillor French has rightly pointed out, the county council have already advised that going forwards they will only maintain that stretch of roadway to the standard that's required for a byway. So I think to sort of bring it back to sort of the nub of the issue is that firstly there's no guarantee that those minimal improvements to Mill Hill Lane would be delivered because the county council's agreement is needed, and there's then no guarantee that any improvements are to be maintained going forward.
Chairman, just to add to what David said, on a more broad issue, you have to look at the reasons for refusal that were given last time, which have been rolled over into this scheme. And if you're going to approve it, you've got to explain what has changed that's enabled you to come to a different decision. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, so I'm going to bring councillor Davies in there, then followed by councillor French.
I think David preempted what I was going to say really, and that was that it was only a short piece of the byway that they were actually talking about building into a road. It would depend on the quality of the road, given the fact that it is not likely to actually be maintained by anyone after that. So I think to say, oh, we're gaining a road, that's wrong. I don't think it stands up very much.
That's the point. Councillor French.
Thank you. Yes, county council does say, should you be minded to grant planning permission, we would be grateful that the following inputs are included, and it goes on at length. I'm not going to read it out, you can all read. I can't see county council because you can't store anything on a public. It's against the law. It's against the Road Traffic Act of 1988, as under section 37 of the 1980. I mean, it just goes on. And also, if they do place materials on a public footpath or a byway, it's a criminal offence. You know, and it goes on and on and on. If they had maintained that when they first started building, I believe they started building, I don't know, 15 odd years ago, but they've done nothing about that road. They should have been discussing with county council before we actually got to this stage. I mean, the report's been there. If there was a possibility things could be resolved, I wouldn't object to this application being deferred until the agent or the applicant actually goes away and speaks to county council.
Councillor Sutton, sorry.
I think
Chairman, this is another example of a discussion before. I know I certainly made comments from memory that I didn't have a problem with the relationship between this particular development and the listed building. I'm sure that I mentioned something about it. I felt that the cover and the lean-to on the back, you know, all sort of went more in the developer's favour than the listed building's favour. So I think I might have even at that time proposed that we go against Officer's recommendation. I can't 100% remember, but I think this is a typical example of where we went along with Officer's recommendation, although many members didn't agree with all the conditions that was recommended for refusal, as Councillor Benny alluded to. I think we can cover that now easily if we decide to go that way. But I think that's where the problem comes. If we're not clear on just going and saying, yes, we support Officer's recommendation, if we don't support all of them, we should make that very clear. So that when it comes back to this stage, officers are obviously going to look back at things like they rightly should, and they're going to bring on the same conditions. But if we don't make it clear that we don't agree with all those conditions, then that's where we get back to where we are. In terms of the road, if we decide that you know, we're going to go against officers, that can easily be the condition that we say, and I've said this many times on other developments, no development takes place until that road is finished. Just like I proposed on the one at Wilmington about the path, and that wasn't taken forward, and where are we now? Make sure the things are done before development. And if the applicant is not happy with that, well then he don't develop.
Yeah, that's a fair summary.
That's
I think.
where I'm at,
Yeah,
Chair.
but anyway, Councillor Benny.
I mean, myself and Councillor Sutton, we've had the debate about turning things down on 3 grounds. We really only want to turn it down on 1. And then you come back and you say, well, how do you square off LP3 building in the open countryside? Well, you haven't moved it. So you're then stuck with that one. The only thing would be it's a different committee, and different committees look at it in different ways, and that's why the decision changes. So that would put that one right. In terms of building the road before you start, roads are built in different layers, and to get somebody to put a finished tarmac on the top would not be fair. No. When you're going to be bringing the building materials in and out, but you could certainly put the base down and the foundation and just have the topping put on at the end. That would be a reasonable compromise on that one to find an answer. In terms of being near a listed building, that sits quite happily with me. We're far enough away from that, in my view. This to me, the sticking block before was the road. We give an agent an inkling and a bit of guidance as to where this committee or where that committee was going to steer things, and then he does what we ask him, and then we come back and we say no. And that really isn't very fair, and that's how I remember this one when it came before. As I said, you know, if the road would be made up, I would be more than happy to support this one.
Yeah, I mean, we asked developers to do that. What Juniper springs to mind in Doddington, where they put the foundations in, but they haven't put the binder course in, and they haven't put the top coat on, and they still haven't to this day, I don't think. So it is possible to do that. They have done that. We have has been done that before, hasn't it? So it's not out of the way suggestion, either Councillor Sutton's or Councillor Benny's, but again, you know, there might be a little bit more discussion in it. Okay, Councillor Murphy's going to bring his expertise to the table. Thank you.
Probably not, but what I'm going to say is that I think we sit here and we're skirting around everything. What we should be doing now is taking the bull by the horns and saying, you can probably have your buildings there, but the road has to be put in first, because I don't trust anybody to put a road in after the buildings have been done. I'm sorry, that's my way of looking at things, but that never does happen. If it gets done and it gets done properly, for a start, then we'll consider the buildings afterwards. But we keep skirting around it. But if we do this, if we do that, if we do that, no, come down to the nitty gritty and say, if you don't do that, you don't get it.
Yeah, another view. Anybody else finished? I think I think we've been through every view now, haven't we? We've been around the world and back, I think, twice. So any more discussion before I close this and bring the officers in? You'd like to
Yeah, so
say a
can,
bit more?
so can I just go with what councillor Murphy's just said?
Yeah,
To do that, we go with, I'm thinking out loud. We go with officer's recommendation to refuse this application, but the applicant has then got to go to county council to get the road sorted. Am I thinking along the right lines?
not
Oh,
really.
If we refuse it, we refuse it.
We can't, we
Can't
can't
come
put,
back
we
after.
can't put an improviso in.
That's why I suggested a deferment if members wanted to do that. But if we can get a cast iron agreement by the agent and the applicant that they will put that road in first, that's a different matter. But as councillor Murphy said, we've had our legs lifted so many times over the years by this committee.
I mean, all we need is a condition saying that that's got to be done, and they've got to stick by it. If they don't stick by it and go through the county council, you know, what they have to do to get permission from the county council, that, you know, that's up to them.
Fails, doesn't it? They can't build out, can they? And that means that we've all got our own way, doesn't it? We've got our own way because we want the road better. And then if they do it, you know, that's, they've got, you know, the 4 houses that they require, haven't they? But I think councillor Murphy's right and everybody's right. We have had our legs lifted. We shouldn't be, but we do because we believe in people and where human nature says we shouldn't. But there we go. So
Mr.
anything,
Chairman, yeah, can I just point out, I mean, Mill Lane goes further down and further down.
I didn't.
If this application is approved, I think this should be the last application down Mill Lane. We're going to end up down the bypass.
Okay, well, we're still in discussion now. Anybody else want to add to it? That's getting you midnight.
Sorry, can I
You
just,
can.
so can I just respond to what, councillor French has just said? Isn't that all the more reason to refuse this application? Because if this one goes through, then we'll get the next one and the next one, and then we will be up to the bypass.
That is the crux of the matter. Yeah, eventually. You're quite right. I mean, you know, as you quite rightly say, it is going to be built on in the next 12, 18 months, who knows? You know, but that will be for another administration, another planning committee to decide, but we've got to decide what's in front of us now. So no more, I can't see any more burning. We've gone round the rounds. Officers, would you like to come into anything? I think you've got a fair lot to say, I think. Hopefully.
Yeah, thank you through, Chairman. I think for probably starting with the most recent first, I think to pick up on Councillor Sutton's assertion that all this will be built on, I think with respect, that's a very sweeping statement to make, because ultimately, if the BCP did come forward, then there's absolutely no guarantee that this area would be set aside for development. I think also you're potentially looking at slightly different issues in the sense that if you're looking at a BCP scale of development, you're kind of inherently accepting that the entire character of kind of this end of March changes, as opposed to allowing sort of a piecemeal encroachment into what is currently countryside, and which at the moment, given there's no BCP in place, may well remain countryside for the next 10, 15, 20 years, who knows? Which I think that actually ties into one of the proposed reasons for refusal, which relates to the fact that you've actually got a fairly defined edge at the moment to the settlement, and sort of encroachment beyond that has a detrimental character impact. But then that in itself perhaps relates to the point that Councillor Davis has made, and Councillor French to a degree, in as much as almost where does the committee, where does the council want to draw the line in terms of where development stops effectively on Mill Hill Lane. Clearly part of the comments that have been made by the county council from a highway point of view are the suitability of Mill Hill Lane to serve further kind of incremental development. Notwithstanding the 65 metres that's getting upgraded, the remainder of the road isn't being touched. So those issues remain. I think there was something else, but it slips. I'll be quite honest. So I think those issues are the ones that the committee has to sort of reconcile. I think the other issue to come back to me is in terms of the sort of recent or the previous refusal, notwithstanding whether the committee intended to refuse the application on all 3 grounds or whether it was just on 1 ground, the decision of the council is it was refused on those 3 grounds only 18 months ago. So clearly members are going to have to articulate what's changed in the meantime to justify a different decision.
Okay. Eventually, we're going to go and I'm going to ask for a proposal or a proposal, and it's Councillor Mayor.
Yeah, I propose we go with the officer's recommendation to refuse it.
Okay. So we've got a proposal in front of us to go with officer's recommendation to refuse this application, proposed by Councillor Mayor, seconded by Councillor Davis. Can we have a show of hands on that, please? Those against? So that proposal has failed then. So I'm looking for a new proposal, please. Come on. One of you. Yeah, come on, let's get cracking. Yeah, I think you did. Councillor Sutton, would you carry on? You've had quite a lot to say. Carry on.
You've pushed me into a corner.
I am Councillor Sutton.
Yeah, I'm going to propose we go against officer's recommendation on this one. And it's going to be difficult to explain why it's different now to it was before, because of the I don't want to say something wrong, but because the committee didn't state its views at the time, and if we went back in the minutes, I'm pretty well sure it would confirm what is being said today, that it was in the main the road that was the issue. I'm as certain as I can be that I didn't have a problem with the relationship between the dwellings and the listed building. So from a personal point of view on the committee, my view there hasn't changed. The character of the area, I think it fits in well with the character of the area. It's, you know, they're nice dwellings. And if the developer stroke agent wants to build, then we must have a condition on there that that road will be attended to first. Not any development anywhere at any level, not even down to foundation. The road is got to be done first, and if they're not happy to do that, then full stop. It won't go ahead. So that will be my reasons.
Pretty comprehensive, and I absolutely agree with you. But I'm looking for a second. Councillor French is going to second it. So,
Yeah, it can also add to that. I mean, it's disappointing to hear that they're not going to do the top of Mill Hill, because they're the ones that are causing the deterioration of the Mill Hill, and for the houses that were originally built there several years ago, they're the ones that are actually suffering through to the new development. So it is disappointing that the top end is not going to be touched, and it's not adopted by county. So sadly, it's up to the people who live down there to fix it as and when.
yeah, some of Mill Hill is adopted up to. Anyway, some of Mill Hill's adopted. Anyway, I can't quite. I think it's a little way down. I think, but anyway, some of it's definitely adopted. It's got lampposts and everything. So, but anyway, I've got a proposal to go with officer recommendation to.
No.
Sorry. I go against officer. Sorry, slip of the tongue. To go against officer's recommendation to approve this application, we need a seconder. Well, not a seconder. Councillor Sutton proposed it. Councillor French is seconded. Can we all go with that one, please? Hands up for that one, please. Those against? The application has been approved. Thank you. Right, we're gonna press on it.
Chairman, can I mean, normally I have no problem with delegating, but I would like to see the, initial view of the conditions, because I want to make sure personally that that condition of that road is strong enough to satisfy me. So if you could, include me in that, David, that would be really helpful.
And
Thank you.
maybe I can have a copy as well, because just to have a look, just to be a little bit more awkward, but that's a good idea, I think, on this particular occasion. Now hand over to Nikki Carter to present application FYR 22-1242F, agenda item number 12. So Nikki, please.
Thank you, Chair. Agenda item 12 is a full application for a detached 5-bed dwelling with triple garage, including formation of an access off March Road. And this is an open market dwelling and not in association with Knowles Transport. The application site is indicated on the location plan and aerial photograph. It is located on the western side of March Road, set behind number 29, because it covers a substantial area of approximately 2.1 hectares of agricultural land, bounded by trees and hedges to the north and east, and to the south and west is further agricultural land. To the north is Eastwood Hall, a non-designated heritage asset, and to the east side of March Road is in-depth estate type development. Existing and proposed site plans can be seen on this slide. Proposed street scene is shown here. The proposal can be seen as substantial in the context of number 29 and would compete with Eastwood Hall to the detriment of its setting and significance. The proposed elevations can be seen on this slide. The building is substantial, measuring 38.8 metres by 21.9 metres and 11.9 metres in height. The proposed floor plans are detailed on this slide. The top photos show the application site, which appears to have been staked out, with the lower photo the location of the access onto March Road. This street view image shows the site in relation to its context of open countryside, with Eastwood Hall and its surrounding gardens unique in the landscape. A historic image of Eastwood Hall can be seen here. There are no issues to address in relation to residential amenity, flood risk or waste to minerals and highways. Ecology and tree impacts are considered acceptable subject to conditions. However, the proposed development introduces in-depth tandem development, which is not characteristic on the western side of March Road. It encroaches significantly into the open countryside, reducing one of the only open areas surrounding Wimbledon that allow clear views of the countryside which surround it. As such, it is considered to create a significant adverse impact on the character and visual amenity of the area. Furthermore, the development does not make an effective use of land, utilising approximately 2.1 hectares of agricultural land for a single dwelling. Long-range views of the development would be afforded to the south due to the location of the site and siting of the proposal. The scale, siting and design of the proposal are considered to compete with and restrict views and therefore the appreciation of Eastwood Hall, a non-designated heritage asset, resulting in a detrimental impact on its setting and significance. The recommendation is therefore to refuse the application.
Yeah, thank you once again, Nikki. We have one set of speakers on this item. I would now like to invite Peter Humphrey, of course, he's the agent, and Pamela Knowles, the applicant, to make their presentation to committee. Once you're seated and comfortable, you've got 5 minutes between you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members and officers. I'd like to introduce myself as Pamela Knowles, the applicant, and to give you the reasons for this application. Currently, I live in Eastwood Hall and have done for the past 25 years. Previous to that, my father and mother-in-law, the late Gerald and Flo Knowles, lived there, and they bought the property in 1974. This proposed dwelling is very much in association with Knowles Transport, of which I'm a major shareholder. My son Alex, who now runs Knowles Transport as managing director, is third generation. Alex lives in Cambridge and would now like to move back to Wimbledon into Eastwood Hall with his wife and family. And I'd like to continue to live in the village, hopefully adjacent to it. Knowles Farms, part of Knowles Transport, has approximately 200 acres of grade 3 agricultural land around Eastwood Hall. I would like to use 5 acres to build a house complementary to the hall, but on a much smaller scale. As you can see from the plan, I'd like to incorporate paddocks, hedging, trees, a meadow, all to encourage wildlife and birds. This proposed property, should I be given permission, will always stay within the Knowles family for future generations and will not be an open market dwelling. This will leave open countryside, which includes a public walkway for everyone in the village to continue to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, here we have the opportunity to embrace a truly one-off house to enhance the entrance of Wimbledon and to be provided by the largest employer in the village, certainly, and possibly in the area, by the Knowles family. It makes me wonder if Eastwood Hall would ever have got built if it came to the Fenland District Council Planning Committee. Anyway, interestingly, there are no objections from any individuals nor statutory consultees. 11 letters of support. In fact, I'd just like to query with the case officer, there was a letter of support from Pop Jolly that doesn't appear on the planning portal. And the parish council fully support the application. So if we look in the detail, this committee has recently approved 4 houses away from the village to this house, to Eastwood Hall. And they then believed that there would be no harm. Also, the planning officers have approved and recommended for approval 88 houses opposite Eastwood Hall and this proposed plot. Again, officers clearly felt there was no harm to Eastwood Hall for 88 houses. Here, there seems to be some concern for 1 house. Wimbledon is a growth village. Flood zone 1, the land to be built on, I'll reiterate, is grade 3 agricultural land. Also, I think members need to know that the conservation officer's comments appear to be a cut and paste from the 4 houses the other side of Eastwood Hall and not a site specific for this house. So Eastwood Hall is not listed, is designated as a heritage asset, and it does not require to be of a public benefit. The report for the conservation is also silent that it lists no issues on harm of the proposals on the lack of a full heritage impact assessment. Hence, considering recent approvals for development in the immediate vicinity, coupled with the local family ties and need for this family home, I would encourage members to support the application. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Humphrey. Thank you, Mrs. Knowles. Members, questions to either Mrs. Knowles or Mr. Humphrey? Can't see any. No late. No. Thank you very much. Members, questions, clarifications to officers, please. Goodness, we're being very quiet, aren't we? Oh, Councillor French, you've come in just right.
Thank you. I can't actually find it, but the officer did actually have it up on screen. And with regard to it would restrict the views. My understanding with the views, I mean, my personal view, I've never seen such a fantastic plan. And he's especially, I mean, Eastwood Hall was built before planning was even considered. And I think what Mr. Humphrey said about the 80 odd houses across, diagonally across the road from. But as far as the view, I don't think this is restricting it. I think it's actually, well, enhancing it.
Is that a question to officers?
Yes.
Hopefully, well.
What makes you think it's restricting the view?
Okay, question, do you think it's restricting the views, I think is the question. Would anybody like to?
At present, there are open views to the south. This proposal is sited directly alongside Eastwood Hall and would therefore, and obviously the development of that site would change the context and the open views. There are, because of the nature of the area, there are views from the south from March Road, a public footpath which is parallel to the site, and also Blue Lane. Those views would be restricted by the proposal.
I'll listen to what you're saying, but I don't think we've refused many applications on restriction of the view. We've always been told if you want a view, buy a picture.
Yes, that is what we've been told. Councillor Scolding.
Yes, can we go back to the pictures of where it's going to be built?
Yeah.
Please.
I'm sure we can, Councillor Scolding.
As you're driving towards it from Wimbledon. Yeah, okay. Can you tell me where the house is? No, I'm just wondering what, you know. All right, let's have a look a little closer. Can you still see the house? You're not. You should see it on the bottom one, but there's not blocking any view because there isn't a view of the house. So I think it's going to just make it look better as you come out of Wimbledon. It will look lovely.
Okay. Any more questions? No, it wasn't a question. It should have been left for debate, but I thought, well, we'll let him carry on. No, don't worry. Well, you made a good point. No worries. Okay, Councillor Mayor.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, you can.
No.
You don't start the debate. Of course you can. And we are just now into debate. Thank you, Councillor Mayor.
Thank you
Please
very
do.
much. Well, I've got to say, I think they will enhance each other there. I mean, it's absolutely one of the best things I've ever seen since I've been on the planning committee, and I've been on here donkey's years, you know, too long, as you say, yeah. I think it's one of the best schemes there is. I can't see any reason why that should not be built whatsoever. The reasons given to, well, they're just mind-boggling. I mean, this is one of the best things that's ever been, and I'll leave it at that because I can't do any more.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Davis now, please. Thank you.
I think Peter Humphrey said that Parish Council had no objections to this application at all, whereas we did have objection to the 4 houses further on because that did actually block a view across. This one, where it is, doesn't actually impact on the view across at all. And as you say, Peter, I think actually side by side, they're going to, you know, they're going to be complementary to one another. So, yeah.
Yeah, Councillor French and then Councillor Meekins.
Thank you. Yeah, I totally agree with Councillor Murphy. I know he's been on here donkey's years. I've been on here a long time, but not quite as long as, not quite donkey's yet. But yeah, I think this is just outstanding. And for, you know, to keep it into the family, Knowles is the biggest investor within this area or across Fenland. And I think it's great that they want to continue down generations to come. We'd be absolutely crazy to turn this down. I mean, it looks stunning, and not only the house itself, what they plan to do with the rest, some of the land. It's, you know, amazing. And I can't support the officers on this one.
Yeah, I think I've got to steer where this is going unless Councillor Meekins can add a bit more.
You want me to spoil the party?
Well, if that's what you feel.
I mean, the artist's impression that we
saw was fabulous. Now, we've had some, I mean, I've been on the committee and then off it for a time and then back. And there've been times when there's been big houses proposed and they've been on relatively small sites. I mean, this is a big house, but it's on a lovely big site, and it's, yeah, and to go with Eastwood Hall, it's so complementary to each other, and I think it just looks fantastic. And I'm going to go against officers, I'm afraid, on this one and support the application.
Okay, anybody? Oh, Councillor Purser.
Yeah, thanks, Chairman.
You're not going to spring a surprise, I hope. Yes, I'm against it.
No, not at all. Not at all, not at all. No, I think it's an absolutely superb looking house. It really is nice. But the bit that gets me is those when they say, oh, it's blocking the view, you got to actually look for it to actually see it. So how can it be blocking the view? The only thing that could be blocking the view is a hedge or what have you, which is causing no problems whatsoever. I think it actually enhances the place. I think we're going to be completely in favour of it.
Mr. Chairman, could I just make a comment, please?
Absolutely, you can, Councillor French.
I think this is possibly going to get approved.
Really?
Many years ago, we used to have design awards. I think they should be reintroduced because we have got some good design buildings, and I think if this gets built, it certainly would top the bill.
Well, I certainly wouldn't mind living there myself, even if I could afford it. I think if one was to make a comment, personal comment.
I'll be quick, Chairman.
I think
seeing the writing on the wall and having heard what the applicant has said about the intentions with regard to the property, I've noticed that the application form ticks the box that says it's market housing, whereas given what we've been told, in actual fact it's sort of a self and custom build property rather than a market property. So if members are minded to approve, I would say it's appropriate for a condition in section 106 agreement to be put in place in respect of ensuring that it is a custom and self-built property.
I'm sure that. Right. No more. Councillor Sutton.
Yeah, I'd just like to make some comments in defence of the officers' reasons for refusal, because I think they are very valid, and some comments earlier perhaps are unwarranted. But I do think it probably should be looked at, perhaps not the actual dwelling itself as an exceptional design, because I don't think we could justify that being an exceptional design. But I think the whole area is exceptional and something we will not see in a long time. So in terms of justifying the reason for it, I think we could use that exceptional overall design as a reason for approval, because that does fit with the MPPF, it does fit with our local plan. So I think it'd be quite easy for us to justify the decision, and it does say in the reason for refusals that they want to create high quality environments. Well, I don't know quite where you're going to go to find any more high quality than this. So yeah, I think I can support it.
I thought I saw you nodding your head, Councillor Sutton. Right, the debate is finished. I think we've done enough. I think we know where we're going. Officers, would you like to sum up? So with protocol, I'll be initially looking for a proposer to go with officer recommendation to refuse the application. Have I got one? Well, no, nobody's going to put the hand up for that, I see. So that's obviously fallen. Have I got another proposer then, please? Another proposal? There's so many. Councillor Mayor and Councillor Murphy. So we've got, I'll always make my notes.
Is that with
that condition? Yeah. Yeah. Right. So
we need reasons for granting.
We need some reasons for granting it. Perhaps Councillor Sutton can you started.
It's not
I know you're not, but you started, didn't you? Okay. Oh, right, carry on. Okay.
everything they put forward is up to
Yeah,
Right,
ticks up, Mr. Chairman.
I think,
Yeah,
Tick-
yeah.
Ticks all the,
Market housing, I think.
yeah, okay,
ticks all the boxes for an executive home within ideal location.
okay, that's fine, look. So I've got a proposal, go against officer recommendation, proposed by councillor Mayor, seconded by councillor Murphy. Can I finally have a show of hands on that one? Thank you, that's been approved. It's took us a long while to get to there, but we've finally got there. I don't think we could have done that a lot earlier. Right, I'll just let them go. So what are we on now? Third, after that, we're on. No, on 13 now. Thank you, Nikki.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on. We're going to move on to application number 13 now. Application FYR 21-1309F, agenda item number 13, and David's going to take over the reins for this one.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is a full application to erect one dwelling and detached garage involving the removal of existing residential caravan and the retrospective siting of a container at Elm Farm Hospital Road, Doddington. So the site is shown in red on the location plan and on the aerial photo. Contains a group of buildings which are now used for storage purposes, albeit without planning permission, and an area of grassland to the side of this. The unauthorised mobile home on the site sits in the bottom left corner of this group. The site is located within the open countryside outside Doddington, and members may recall refusing an application for a dwelling at this site in June last year. The application proposes the erection of a dwelling with a new access proposed onto Hospital Road and a driveway and turning area shown in the yellow. The garage proposed is to the right hand side of this, with the dwelling then sited in the middle of the site. The application also proposes the retention of a storage container to the front of the site. So elevations are shown on the plan. It's a two-storey dwelling, although the first floor accommodation is within the roof. And floor plans are shown for completeness. The garage and container are also shown. And now move on to the photographs. So obviously you can see the site and its surroundings. So the upper left shows the unauthorised mobile home. The upper right shows this in the context of other structures on the site, including the container. And then the lower images show further views of this. In particular, the lower left image shows sort of where the new access would be formed, with the dwelling site to the back of this, so effectively kind of through that hedge. So to summarise, the site is in an elsewhere location as defined in the local plan and within flood zone 3. The proposed dwelling is considered to be unjustified in this location, would adversely impact on the character and appearance of the countryside, and would be sequentially unacceptable from a flood risk perspective. This would be contrary to policies of the local plan and also the MPPF. This is consistent with the previous decision of the committee in respect of erecting a dwelling at this site. The only change since the previous application is that the red line application boundary now includes the existing group of buildings, as well as the land to the site of the dwelling. The planning history is set out for members within the report, but essentially the key elements are that the existing residential unit on site is not lawful, and that the business operation also does not have the benefit of planning permission. The officer recommendation is therefore to refuse planning permission as set out within the agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, David. We have one speaker on this application. I'd like to invite Matthew Hall, of course, he's the agent, to make his presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes when you feel fit to start. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. Members will be aware that all consultees support this application. This site had a previous approval for residential usage under this local plan. That was for an existing barn that's on the site and was given approval for change of use to residential, but that has expired. The applicant has lived on site. The caravan has been on site for over 10 years, and the applicant has lived there for 9 years. Before this, the caravan was being lived in by a separate person. During this time, council tax, middle-level charges have been paid and continue to be paid. The proposal to remove the caravan with a dwelling in flood zone 3 would be an improvement in relation to flood risk, and mitigation measures have been shown and approved by the Environment Agency. At present, the applicant advises me that he's had 4 break-ins with tools and equipment being stolen. The applicant further advises that during the night time, there's regular stopping of vehicles, turning around and leaving. And the applicant's lived on site for 9 years. We've heard at previous meetings that Fenland is open for business. We've heard at previous meetings it is better to live on site for security reasons in relation to an established business use on this site, on site. This proposal has been revised, as David said, to include the existing shed where the existing business is being carried out. This is not for a separate residential dwelling. On the design and access statement that we submitted and on the application form that we submitted, it states the proposal is a dwelling in conjunction with the existing business. It's not a separate residential dwelling. The applicant is fully aware, if planning approval is granted, that he would need to enter into a legal agreement to ensure the dwelling is occupied in relation to the business use, or a planning condition could be applied to ensure this is the case. The applicant is fully aware of this. The committee has supported applications similar to this, applications similar to this. In July 2021, this committee approved application F/YR 210552F at Sandbank Barns, Sandbank, Wisbech St Mary's, which was an existing business, and the applicant wished to live on site for various reasons. That application was in flood zone 3. Comes for a dwelling on site to allow the owner to live in, just like this proposal. The proposal has the support of nearly all the properties down Hospital Road. Doddington Parish Council support this application, and there have been no further objections from any consultees or any neighbouring objections. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Hall. Questions, clarifications to Mr. Hall, please. Councillor Sutton and then Councillor Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Hall, you say he's had 4 break-ins over the last 2 years. And he already lives on site, so how is moving from one dwelling to another going to prevent, it's self-defeating it?
Yeah, I'm not saying. My understanding from him is when he's had to go out, because he goes out and repairs agricultural machinery, brings some back and repairs it. When he's not been there is when the break-ins have occurred. Which would still be the case if he'd obviously go out at certain times. Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Mayor.
Yeah, I was just trying to weigh up. You said the mobile unit had been there how many years?
He's lived in it for 9 years. And before then, before he bought the site, there was another person living in it.
Okay. And he is definitely living in it?
Yes.
Okay.
He's been paying council tax, middle-level charges, yes.
You can indeed, Councillor.
And when we visited the site on the bus, it's obvious that there are children there. Do we know other children schooled locally? So that, if he couldn't live there and he's got to move somewhere else, would you know? Just a simple yes or no answer.
Off the top of my head, I don't know.
No,
Sorry.
thank you.
Yes.
Fair enough. Reasonable. Right. So any more questions for Mr. Hall before we let him go? No, thank you very much for that. Questions to officers, members? Councillor French.
Thank you. Yeah, if the caravan's been there more than 10 years, have they got a certificate of lawful use?
Wow. That's the 10.
Or have they applied for?
Through you, Chairman. Yes, the caravan has been there more than 10 years, and indeed planning permissions have been granted previously for that. However, they were temporary permissions because at that time the site was operated as a pheasant hatchery, an agricultural operation, and the temporary permissions were granted in connection with that. Those permissions ceased in 2014. So effectively for the last 9 years, the site has been occupied without a lawful, without a planning permission in place covering the caravan. So effectively the caravan has been unlawful, remains unlawful, and isn't lawful.
Poor pheasants.
Okay, any more questions to officers at all? No burning desire, I see. Thank you, Councillor French, for that. So debate, guys. Who'd like to kick that off? Thank you, Councillor Benny.
I mean, this is the second time this has come back. And I think last time I supported the application when it was there. From memory I did. I remember it as good as it was, but that's where it is. I mean, irrespective of whether it's there legally or not, we've allowed him to be there for 10 years. Or him for 9 and the caravan for over 10. We've made no effort of enforcement in that time, I assume, because if not, that would have been dealt with. Having a caravan in flood zone 3, we had the same thing in Guy Hearn, didn't we, some years ago? Was it Hershey?
Was it there as well?
Yeah. You know, we've granted permission where there's been caravans before because it's safer in a brick building. You know, this chap, I don't know him, but he's obviously running a business. He's been doing it for 9 years, and sometimes you get a sinner that repents, and you get someone, maybe he hasn't done it 100% right, but he's trying to put this right, and this will resolve this. And as Mr. Hall said, there's no consultees against this. You know, the Doddington Parish Council is supporting this. We do listen to parish and town councils. And truthfully, this will just keep coming back. This will be something until it is passed. Today, we've got an opportunity to get this passed, give him his planning permission, let him sort himself out. He'll know where he's going. And I don't see him moving. He's been there 9 years. He's not going to just take this planning permission just up and leave. And it takes a blot off the landscape. Councillor Davis is the councillor for there. You know, I've listened to Councillor Davis, but sorry, Councillor Connor is the councillor.
They're missing me out.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd be into that. You know, let's get this passed, give this man some stability in his life. He's obviously got young children, and let's let him put his roots down properly. This must be terrible, being in this situation, living, not knowing what he's doing over this amount of time.
Right, Councillor Sutton.
I'm afraid I don't agree with that view. Nothing's changed since we had it here last time. He chooses to live there without planning permission. I think we should go with officer's recommendation. It is way out in the countryside. You know, it's so far out you can hardly see it. I can't see any boxes that it ticks personally. It's in flood zone 3, and the difference between others that we've agreed to go from a caravan, for want of a better word, to a dwelling is that they have actually got permission. This one hasn't, and I think that's the real difference between it. So I'm quite happy to go with officer's recommendation.
Councillor Davis, please, and then I'm going to follow after Councillor Davis. Some wise words.
I think that, sorry.
Peter.
Yeah.
You go first, and Pete, then I'll go.
I think, you know, the family are living there. It's probably far more expensive for them to actually up sticks and go somewhere else. He owns the land, so he hasn't got to buy the land. He's just got to build a house. Secondly, Doddington Parish Council support the application. He's been paying council tax. You know, I don't know why we let these people pay council tax and then say, but you can't live there. You know, we shouldn't take the money in the first place. So, you know, I have to say initially when I first looked at the application, I thought, oh yeah, no, it's not got permission, blah, blah, blah. But actually, sometimes you just have to take into account mitigating circumstances.
Yep. Councillor Murphy, your turn, your floor.
Yeah, thanks so much. I'm going to do it again. I'm going to agree with the councillor Sutton again. Yeah, I'm going to stop this, but when I looked at it and I thought, well, and it was explained to us what it was all about, I thought, my first reaction was they're pulling the wool over our eyes with this. If he was going to do anything about it, he'd have done something about it years ago. If he was going to do anything about living there, he'd have paid rent for the caravan there. He would have got lawful use for it. He's done absolutely nothing. So why should we do something for him now? Because I think, as I said, they're pulling the wool over our eyes, and we just go with our recommendation of refusal.
Well, I'll wait for others. I'll give Councillor Purser, then Councillor Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, we've mentioned it before and under other applications. I think this one came in as well like that. It's always been said that the best form of security for such things like this is actually living on site. Yes, you said he's had a couple of break-ins and the likes, but that's when he's not been there. So I think to allow him to actually live on site like that is probably the best sort of security for this.
Okay, yeah, it's quite. Councillor Mayor, you wanted to speak.
Well, can I just ask a question? You know, when we went out on the first site visit, it's dreaming, but across the roadway from this property, is that the other entrance to that motorcycle track?
No.
Okay, because I was trying to work my way round from Bennett Road, up Hospital Road and round the block. No, okay, thank you.
Anybody else at all before I come in? Sorry.
If I might, Chairman, David in his presentation highlighted to members that the business use on site is unlawful. So when you can't, given that that's unlawful, we don't have a planning application for it, you're considering a house and I think in your minds, you're associating that house with the operation of the business, but there isn't a lawful planning consent to tie that planning consent for a dwelling to. So we're in a bit of a predicament there.
That's throwing a spanner in
That's
the works.
scuppered that then,
Well, it hasn't, but I'll listen to Councillor French.
Well, yeah, that's interesting what Nick has just said. Obviously, he's not got permission for the caravan. He's not got permission for the business. I sympathise with the gentleman, but I think this should be refused. And if he wants to come back with a proper planning application for both. That's my personal view. Don't agree with him.
Well, he gets a free second go, doesn't he?
Well, he's had a second go, hasn't he?
The eagle-eyed amongst you will have surely noticed that it's close to the motocross track and are probably thinking, why haven't we got an objection from environmental health? Good question.
Yeah.
However, we didn't have an objection from environmental health on the previous refusal, and if we add it now and we go to appeal, even if we are successful at the appeal, it's likely that we would get costs awarded against us because we should have raised it as an issue in the first place.
Well, that happened last month as well in the last month's committee, didn't it?
It did, Chairman.
So, right. Anybody, have we finished the debate? Because I'm going to put the thinking cap on here. Right, anybody finished? So would you like to sum up?
Nothing further to say, Chairman.
David? No. Right, so I'm looking for a proposal on this. Councillor Sutton? Sorry? You go with officer? You got to put, I did hear you, so you're going to go.
Under your new rules, Mr. Chairman, the first proposal will be for officer recommendation.
Well, we knew we'd get it right once.
I'll second that.
Do you?
It's the first time you've got a second.
Rightio.
Second.
We've got a proposal. Go with officer recommendation to refuse this. Like Councillor Sutton proposed it, Councillor French has seconded it. Can we all go to the vote on that proposal, please? Those against? That application has been refused. Thank you. Right. Are we still happy to press on, or do we want another couple of minutes? No, just, let's all just don't.
If we just do.
Sorry?
If
He's
we
gonna,
do just do the tree, then you and I.
no. Councillor Meekins wants to pop out. That's the point I'm making. Yeah, you please do, but please be as quick as you can.
Oh.
We can't, because it's next out, we can't. We must roll that.
Mr. Chairman, can I suggest we crack on with the tree, and then after that, you and the deputy have to go, and then we can have a break. You won't be able to vote.
I'll bail to pressure. David, would you like to present agenda item number 14, please, the TPO? And we just have to.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Just while we get the slide on. So, yes, this relates to a proposed tree preservation order at Old Dyke Bank to St Giles. So the proposed TPO relates to a number of trees along Old Dyke Bank. These are indicated with the green dots on the plan. Old Dyke Bank dissects St Giles Golf and Country Club, who own a number of the trees in question. So to look at the trees in more detail, trees 1 to 7 and their locations are shown on the aerial photograph, and then actually with the sort of the individual specimens shown there. Similarly, trees 8 to 10, 11 to 14, and finally 15 to 18. So the tree preservation order has been recommended by the Council's Arboricultural Officer, as it is his view that the trees have an amenity and biodiversity value. An objection has been received from the operators of the Golf and Country Club, and that is set out within the officer report. However, it is considered that, notwithstanding the issues raised there, the tree preservation order is still appropriate for these trees, and that the tree preservation order should proceed. Just to remind members, a TPO does not prevent future works to the trees, or indeed, if appropriate, their felling. It does, however, mean that the council can ensure that any works to the trees are appropriate, and should felling be required, that replacement trees are provided. The recommendation, therefore, is that the committee confirms the tree preservation order. Chairman.
Just before we, Councillor Meekins only missed the first minute. Is he? What's his position? Okay, just for clarification, you can't take part in anything else. So, righty ho. No speakers on this. Officers haven't obviously got anything to say on that either. So, just members to debate the item in respect of the considerations relevant to the TPO. So, who would like to kick that off? Jan, thank you. Councillor French.
Thank you. Yeah, we did defer this from the last month. I don't think my mind's changed in any way, shape or form. We need to protect these trees.
This is a new one, Jan. This is a new one, Councillor French.
But my sentiments are still the same. We need to protect these trees at all costs, and I will get back to David at some time, because I haven't had an update on the trees that I sent him some weeks ago.
Yeah, still relevant what you're saying. Anybody else want to add to this debate? Can't see anything else. No? Okay, let's move that one. You haven't got anything else to say, have we? So we're looking just for a quick proposal now. Councillor French, and Councillor French is going to propose it. Councillor Mayor is going to second it, that we go with the officer's recommendation to put a TPO on these trees. Can we have a show of hands quickly on that proposal, please? Councillor Sutton. That's unanimous, but please make a note that please make a note, Councillor Meekins. Super. So with that, Councillor Davis and I will leave. I should stay. Sorry. Of course you can.
The committee is adjourned 5 minutes.
That's it.
We're next.
Must make me tired.
Oh, you won't. Public gallery, you are. Watch on YouTube.
It's not the same, is it?
Yeah, you can't see it on the side of the screen. So quiet.
Right, I'm going.
Bye, David. Yeah, okay.
Have another chocolate.
No.
There's only 2 left.
No, I'm going to turn you down, Jan. Thank you very much. Right, I'll turn this down.
Councillor Fenland.
I will now hand over to David Rowan to present application FYR 210356. Agenda item number 15, please, David.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So this is an application, it's a full application for the change of use of land for the use as 5 traveller pitches, including the siting of 5 mobile homes and 5 touring caravans and the formation of a new vehicular access. The application is retrospective and the site is land east of Cedar Road Stables, Horsemoor Road, Wimbledon. So the application site is shown in red on the location plan and on the aerial photo. It's located just before the bend where Hook Road becomes Horsemoor Road and was formerly a paddock, as can be seen from the aerial photo. As the application is retrospective, the character of the site has changed somewhat from that image. Just to give a slightly wider aerial view and to show the site in wider context, it should also just be pointed out to members that to the west of the site is the Spinney traveller site, originally allowed at appeal in 2016, which has 8 approved pitches, and that there is also a further site for 3 pitches granted a committee in July last year, sort of in, closer to the west. So to move on to the site plan submitted with the application, this shows access from Hook Road with 5 pitches being created, as you can sort of see arranged in the green around the grey central access road. Within each pitch there would be a mobile home and a touring caravan, as well as car parking. The 2 areas shown as empty field to the right of the plan are the subject of the applications considered at items 16 and 17 later on the agenda. So the photographs on screen show the overall nature of the site, including those sites which don't form part of this application. Of relevance to the application in front of members here, in particular, is the lower right image, which shows a view looking along Hook Road towards the site entrance, and also the upper left image, which shows a view towards the rear boundary of the site. And then these photos show those views in slightly more detail. In particular, members should perhaps note the close bordered fencing to the front boundary. To summarise, it is considered that the development has an adverse impact on the character and appearance of the area. The landscaping of the site, those close bordered fences in particular, are considered to be unacceptable, although this could be remedied through condition. And cumulatively, with other developments in the vicinity, those sites that I referred to previously, 5 additional pitches would have a dominating effect on the nearby settled community. However, the council does not have an up-to-date assessment of traveller need within the district, nor can it demonstrate a 5-year supply of gypsy and traveller sites. In addition, members will have read the confidential report circulated setting out the personal circumstances of the occupiers of the site, and it is considered that these, especially in relation to the children at the site, outweigh the wider harm identified. Consequently, the officer recommendation is to grant planning permission as set out within the agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, David. We have one speaker on this application. I would like to invite Angela Johnson, an objector, to make her presentation to the committee. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, what's good evening, not good afternoon, as I had written on here. To avoid repeating this presentation in regards to the further 2 similar applications on the same site, are the planning committee happy to accept this presentation as a representation of all 3?
Everybody okay with that?
Yeah, I mean, I can still answer things.
So if your presentation is longer than 5 minutes, you can have a bit longer, okay?
Okay, lovely. So I'm not about to reel off loads of national planning policies or local planning policies or PTS. I'm sure the planning committee actually are fully aware from previous objections that these policies are being contravened. Comments and objections raised in no way reflect the character and the friendliness of and the politeness of the travellers and their families. And these have been put forward with people that have commented on the applications, and also no prejudice towards travellers and their families is evidenced by the fact that we already have 11 sites there for for statics, and also siting for other touring caravans within the same proximity as these applications. But there have been a number of realistic concerns that have been raised by residents, whom I'm representing, and there was also a letter of objection from Parish Council. Some of the objections and concerns raised are with regards to things like water, waste and sewerage, etc., which, although Mr. David just commented that there are conditions on the applications, but there is no conditions on the site, on the application site, and there's no report from the officers on the application site to reflect any of these questions I'm putting forward. These applications total 7 static caravans, mobile statics, and an application for 8 statics in the Spinney raised repetitive objections from the lead local flood authority in regards of surface water, domestic effluents, sewerage and drainage. Yet there's been no recorded consultation with the LLFP referencing these applications, the total being only 1 less than what is in the Spinney already. The number of sighted tourers at any one time is going to be up to 9. Are these sighted occupied, or are these parked unoccupied? Because this will also impact on water, waste, sewerage, etc. Why has the design access statement not included anything like sewerage, drainage drawings in their plans? There is no evidence of a treatment plant or a septic tank. And so what impact is that going to have on the environment and ecological area of surrounding these sites? Another concern raised is overcrowding and congestion. Each plot will have a static caravan, 1, possibly 2 tourers, and up to 2 cars on each small plot that will also have possibly storage sheds, outhouses, garden play areas, because there are children. So overcrowding could make traffic movement difficult, especially moving tourers. Access in and out of the site with a tourer is going to be extremely tight. And if this is happening when another vehicle approaches, it will even be even more hazardous because of the bend, the tight bends. Which takes me into the major concern of most residents is with the road safety along the Hook and Horsemoor. If Highways and the planning officer have visited the site, then they will also be fully aware of the danger for other road users along both these narrow single track roads. As stated in the design and access statement, there is a 60-mile, not 40-mile, narrow single track road which runs south and east of the site. This has been compromised along the public grass verges by the unwarranted inappropriate positioning of large sections of tree trunk. There's overhanging overgrown trees, which has nothing to do with the applicants. And there's a boundary encroachment onto the public verges by hard landscaping and fencing. It is impossible for vehicles to safely pass each other. Horsemoor has a deep ditch on one side and fields on the other side with no valid passing areas, and both roads have large potholes, deteriorating tarmac verges and subsidence. The design and access statement refers to the hard and soft landscaping to integrate the site into the rural surrounds. At present, high wooden fences enclose the site, impeding visibility when approaching the tight bend onto Horsemoor. Access points are dangerously close to the tight bend, and one is almost opposite Fairview access, and then there is also an access road that leads to farms and other residents that is actually on the bend or leading off of the bend. So considering a scenario, a vehicle and tourer leaves the site turning right, heading towards Wimbledon. A tractor and trailer comes in around the tight right-hand bend from Wimbledon to the Hook, unable to see the vehicle and caravan leaving the site. Any horse rider, dog walker or cyclists are already halfway down the road. There is no safe haven for them. There is nowhere for the heavy vehicles to safely pass each other. Even the access points mentioned in the design and access statement of other residents are not big enough to take a car and a caravan or a tractor or a trailer to pull over into it. Reversing back along the road is also going to be a hazard. So these are the main points that people are raising with concern with road waste, sewage, etc. And so there are other concerns that people have, but because of the tightness of the time that I thought I was going to be having. Questions are, have sequential testing been carried out a couple of years ago with regards to vacant sites rather than here? And was a site visit made by the planning committees? Have you seen how narrow the roads are? But with these points raised, it's asked that the planning committee refuses the incomplete applications or at least rejects the number of cited tours. Thank you.
I would now like to invite members to put questions to Ms Johnson. If you would like to ask a question, please raise your hand. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Thank you very much. Before we continue with this item, I'd like to bring members' attention that there is a confidential report that has been circulated to members on this application and the subsequent two other applications. In the interests of openness and transparency, we would wish to continue with considering this application in the public domain. But if members feel it is necessary to discuss or debate this confidential information, then it will be necessary to go into confidential session. You will need to indicate to me if you wish to discuss or debate the confidential report at any time during the consideration of this application. Councillor French.
Thank you. Yes, we do have a confidential information sheet, but I don't think this committee should be discussing it. It is confidential, and I don't see why we should go into private session.
I would now like to invite members to put questions to the officers. If you would like to ask a question, please can you raise your hand? Yes, Councillor French.
Thank you. The first question, as normally is, local flood authority. Why have we got no comment from them? As you know, flooding, I love flooding.
Through you, the site is smaller than a hectare, and therefore consultation with the lead local flood authority isn't triggered.
Okay.
Councillor Meekins.
Sorry, can I come back with a second question? I've just listened to the lady. What about the sewage? Getting rid of the sewage. How is it a treatment plant there or? Yes.
Through you, Chair. Yeah, the report and the plan sets out that ultimately is to be dealt with through a sort of package treatment plant. Whether that's there or not at the moment, I'm not sure. But ultimately, the recommended condition 9 requires within 2 months of the date of this decision, of course, if permission is granted, full details of the foul drainage treatment, its ongoing future maintenance shall be submitted, and then it shall be installed in accordance with the approved details thereafter.
Oh, yes, Councillor Meekins, sorry.
Councillor French asked exactly the same question I was going to ask. Great minds.
Debate.
Me, obviously the confidential report has come out and the recommendation has changed. Is that correct? Okay.
No, sorry, no. The officer recommendation is to grant.
That's what I just asked. The original was to refuse.
Through you,
Okay,
Chairman.
not on that one.
Yeah, through
Okay.
you, Chairman. No, the two reports are to be read together So the officer recommendation set out within the public agenda pack is to grant the confidential information is supplementary to explain
Okay, that's fine.
the rationale in the main report.
Does anybody have anything that they wish to be clarified by the officers? So I'll now look for a proposer to go with the officer recommendation to grant this planning application, please. Councillor French, seconder, councillor Scolding, thank you. All in favour, please show. Thank you very much. That's approved. Right, we'll go on to agenda item 16, if I can find myself. I've lost myself now. There we go. Okay, David, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So agenda item 16 relates to planning application FYR 21-0768F. This is an application for full planning permission for the change of use of land for the use of travellers, including siting of 1 mobile home and 2 touring caravans. Again, a retrospective application on pitch A, land east of Cedar Road Stables, Horsemore Road, Wimbledon. So the application site is shown in red on both the location plan and aerial photo. It's the plot sort of right on the bend of Hook Road and Horsemore Road, and it's a retrospective application as sort of explained previously. So the relationship to the preceding application is evident from the site plan. This shows an access taken from Hook Road to serve the pitch with 1 static unit and 2 tourers indicated. Again, we've got the photos of the whole area shown. The lower right in particular shows the site sitting on the bend. And this is shown further on the upper image. To sum up, it is considered that as the adjacent 5 pitches have now been granted planning permission, that this site on its own would have no adverse additional impact on the character of the area or on the dominance of the settled community. As such, the recommendation is to grant planning permission as set out within the agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. You all had the opportunity to ask Miss Johnson any questions when she did her presentation, because it covered all 3 applications. So I'm assuming nobody has got any questions now. Okay, thank you. Not for Miss Johnson. No, okay. Please, will you put questions to officers now then, please? If you'd like to ask a question, please raise your hand. Councillor Scolding.
Yes, on the previous one, plan, it had a treatment tanks on every caravan. On F, it doesn't show a treatment tank on that one. Is that an oversight, or can you explain?
I can't particularly comment on whether that's an oversight or not. However, again, if members are minded to grant the application, there's a similarly worded condition requiring details of the foul drainage treatment and its ongoing management and maintenance to be submitted within 2 months of the date of the decision.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Sutton.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, I think it's probably right and proper to discuss the reasons that we are passing this, and the reasons for officer recommendation is that we don't currently have a 5-year land supply of traveller sites. We haven't yet done the needs assessment, so that's where we're at. Should that have been done and we had a supply, then the outcomes of this may have been different, both from an officer perspective and from our own. But we're in a position where we got our backs to the wall, and we don't really have, although we listen to what the objectors are saying, we don't really have a strong reason to be able to do anything other than grant permission. But on this particular one, on this corner, when we went out on the site visit, there's quite a high fence all the way around. But I think that we really ought to consider a condition where that fence on that bend is reduced in height, because, you know, for vehicles going around the corner, that does restrict view around. It's probably, I've been around there on tractors over the last 3 or 4 years, and that's okay because you can see over, but in a car, even on the
Okay.
minibus,
We'll go to David unless
we
you can answer that.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Just draw members' attention to the proposed condition 6. Within 2 months of the date of this decision, the following information shall be submitted to the local planning authority for approval. Details of a scheme to plant a mixed native hedgerow, post and rail fence to all external site boundaries. This shall include a plan, fence details, planting specification, visibility displays, timetable for planting, etc.
So can I just ask you, David, I know what you've just said, but have you actually said that all of the fences are just on the corners and because there's an awful lot of fence in there.
Through you, Chair, the wording of the condition is all external site boundaries, including the site frontage.
Mr. French?
Thank you. Just to pick up what Councillor Sutton said, we said this several months ago about not having the supply of land for travellers. The question to the officers, are we getting any closer to having one?
Chairman. A contractor was appointed, then due to the inability to complete that work due to COVID, and some difficulties with that contractor, that fell away, and we were looking to appoint a new contractor, working hand in glove with a business that was hand in glove with the Gypsy and Travel community. However, there was some fundamental disagreements between the contractor and this other organisation that was, that they were going to work together with, and so we're back to square one. Gareth from our policy team is having a meeting with the other partner authorities so that a decision is going to be made on whether or not each district goes it alone and does their own Chitana, or whether or not we decide to combine forces again and go out to tender for that piece of work. I think even if we had been successful with the original contract, it actually would have all come undone to a significant degree, and that is because there was a recent court case which brought clarity to a key element of national planning advice in relation to Gypsy and travellers. So even if we'd had the Gitana the first time round, it all would have come undone because the definition wouldn't have been accurate that they would be working to.
If I may come back, that is disappointing. Obviously, COVID was, 3 years ago. It's only a few months ago since we asked this question when we had another application. So it really would be good if we can, that is a problem when we're relying on other partnerships. We have to get on and do our own policies.
Right. I'd now like to invite members to debate the item in respect of the material planning considerations relevant to this application. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. Nothing to debate? Okay, thank you. Do you have any points of clarification? Thank you. I'm looking now for a proposer to go with the officer's recommendation to grant this planning application, please. Councillor Spalding, Councillor Meekins, a seconder, thank you. Go to the vote, please. Please show. Thank you. Thank you. That has been approved. And now we go to myself. I'll now hand over again to David Rowan to present application FYR 22 1135F, agenda item number 17, please.
Thank you, Chair. So this is a application for the change of use of land to site one residential mobile home and one touring caravan and the formation of hard standing and a new access retrospective application. Land north east of the paddocks, Horsemore Road, Wimblington. So the application site is shown in red, plot fronts onto Horsemore Road, and as I said, the application is retrospective. So again, we've got the site plan on screen. The relationship with the preceding sites is evident. We've indicated access is taken from Horsemore Road, which then goes into a parking area, with then one static and one tourer proposed as part of the pitch. So to move on to the photos, the upper left photo shows the northern boundary of the site. The bottom left shows this and the frontage to Horsemore Road. Again, just draw members' attention to the close bordered fencing along the boundary. And then the upper right image shows the frontage sort of looking up Horsemore Road with the access point sort of evident. And then just to move on to another couple of images. So the lower image shows the rear boundary in a little bit more detail. So again, to summarise, as the two preceding applications have been granted, it is considered that this site on its own would have no adverse additional impact on the character of the area or on the dominance of the settled community, and as such the recommendation is to grant permission as set out within the agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Please. Not hearing me.
No, you didn't have the mic
I
on.
know. Did you hear that, folks? Thank you. So anybody, any questions for officers, please? No, I'd now like to invite you to debate the item in respect of the material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you would like to speak, please raise your hand. Councillor Sutton, thank you.
Yeah, I'll just repeat what I said before, for the benefit of people watching. You know, we may or may not make a different decision had we got the needs assessment done and, you know, holding the 5-year land supply. Given that we haven't got that, you know, we're almost duty bound to grant.
So just, do you have any points of clarification on this? Thank you. Now I'm now looking for a proposer. Councillor Benny, thank you. Seconder, Councillor Meekins, thank you. Can I have a show of hands on the vote? All in favour, please. Thank you. That's unanimous. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, everybody. And I think that all 3 applications have been approved. I'm sorry it's been such a long meeting and you've all had to sit here since 1 o'clock. But thank you for attending, and this concludes today's meeting. Thank you.